Good morning. Welcome to Live Now from Fox on your Saturday morning, coming up on 8 a.m. on the East Coast, 5 a.m. out west. I'm Keith Landry. We have a lot to talk about on this Saturday morning, July 27th, packed with headlines and stories, political news, and news from around the world. So let's get started. Let's begin with a live look at the White House this morning. This is a live look in the nation's capital as we start with the presidential race. Vice President Kamala Harris is speaking in Pittsfield, Massachusetts this afternoon as she continues to get advice on who she will pick for vice president. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and JD Vance will head back to the battleground state of Minnesota, and they will hold a rally in St. Cloud tonight. Donald Trump taking his campaign back to that swing state, which has really voted Democratic for the last several cycles, but the former president thinks he can capture it in 2024. Set to hold a rally tonight in St. Cloud, this time bringing along the running mate, JD Vance, and the expectation that Trump will face Vice President Kamala Harris in November instead of Joe Biden, who dropped out of the race last Sunday. Now, interestingly enough, there is a new poll from Fox News, and this is the first poll that has come out since Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Now, this first poll from Fox News does show what is shaping up to be a competitive contest in 5 battleground states. Fox News senior White House reporter Peter Doocy has the latest on this head-to-head matchup.
Nice jacket. Nice jacket.
The Kamala Harris path to 270 is similar to Joe Biden's. They both need Pennsylvania. And right now, Democrats in that state are slightly more motivated to vote in November. And in battleground Michigan, voters prioritizing immigration are breaking for Trump by nearly a 9-to-1 margin. But 83% of voters there prioritizing abortion prefer Harris, compared to just 15% for Trump. In Wisconsin, similar splits. Voters worried about the economy and immigration, like Trump. Voters worried about abortion, like Harris. Across all the battlegrounds in the new Fox surveys, Kamala Harris has a higher favorability rating in Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She and Trump have the same favorability in Michigan. And these numbers came before she was endorsed by Michelle Obama.
My girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
And Barack Obama.
Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you.
Some candidates for Harris running mate not shy about it. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says, no matter what the future holds, Kentucky is my home. That will never change because I'm one proud Kentuckian. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, slightly more guarded about his chances.
I quickly offered her my endorsement. We spoke only about that, and we have not spoken since.
But energized Democrats should exercise some caution because it's early.
I have to be the skunk at the garden party. I think the vice president, put it in athletic terms, needs a really good cut man in a corner because she's getting ready to get cut.
Across all the battleground states we polled, the percentage of voters who agree with President Biden's decision to drop out is in the 70s and 80s. That's far more than the percentage of voters who think that now he must resign. That's down in the 30s. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Thank you, Peter Doocy. Again, a live look at the White House right now. So again, Vice President Harris spending this weekend getting advice on who will win the vice presidential sweepstakes, the nominee for her, and Donald Trump speaking tonight in Minnesota. We'll have more on that throughout the day. Now, last night there was a big conservative Christian summit, the Believers Summit, brought by Charlie Kirk, who started Turning Point Action back in 2019. And last night, President Trump did speak there for about an hour. We're going to bring you excerpts of that speech coming up. But right now, I want to take you to Peter Navarro, his former aide who served time in jail to sort of defend Donald Trump, and Ben Carson, both two big speakers last night in West Palm Beach. Let's listen in to Peter Navarro first. We'll take a commercial break and come back with Ben Carson. Let's listen in.
Donald Trump in prison so he couldn't run for president. How's that working out? And then it was a Democrat Attorney General, Merrick Garland. You got to love that guy, right? They held him in contempt of Congress. He didn't go to prison. He controls the Department of Injustice. They indicted me and prosecuted me for a crime that nobody had ever been charged with before. And then a Democrat judge stripped me of all defenses, just like a Democrat judge with Donald Trump in Manhattan. Fed me to the wolves of a District of Columbia jury. I go to prison for 4 months for standing up for the Constitution. USA, USA, USA. You bet you. You bet. If they can come for me, make no mistake about it, they can come for you. They can come for you in church. They can come for you in your home. They can come for you in your workplace. They do not believe in what we believe in. I heard one of the pastors talking about something that really frosts me, this genital mutilization of young boys. What is that? What is that? How can you have a whole Democrat Party? I was giving a speech the other night, and I go, how many people in this room, there are about 1,000 people there, how many people in this room support the transgender destruction of women's sports? One person raised their hand. I said, yeah, that's about reflective of the American population, yet the Democrat elites impose that upon us. This is my secular Bible till November. This book, The New MAGA Deal, has two important lessons I want to share with you, because I think in the New MAGA Deal, it really is the recipe for winning. And if we don't win, we will lose this country. Here's the thing. All the left's going to do, Princess Woke Kamala, all she's going to do is criticize Donald John Trump. That's all they got. But what do we have? Every single policy that Donald Trump represents, if you poll the American people, we win on. So we have to run on a campaign of policy. Let's think about it. What's the most important two things that people are concerned about right now? The border and the economy. We got double-digit leads. In Trump's America, you didn't have to choose between food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, or a roof over your head. The border, we have a double-digit lead. On foreign policy, you know what the communist Chinese call Kamala Harris? Lunch. They fear and respect. Think about this. When I was in the White House for 4 years, you didn't have to worry about Communist China, Imperial Russia, the mullahs of Iran, and the Rocket Man. As soon as Trump leaves, the Rocket Man shooting rockets off. I remember it was a beautiful day. It's like the Rocket Man's threatening to shoot rockets at Seattle and Chicago, and all Donald Trump says, you remember what he said? We got bigger rockets. And that was all it took, right? Right? And then, of course, this weaponization of the justice system that puts people like me in prison. They want to put Donald Trump in prison for, what, 700 years? My brother Steve Bannon is in prison now for defending the Constitution. We beat them on every single policy issue: law and order, national security, foreign policy, economy, border. Why? Hey, here's an idea. Why don't we beat them on that? Why don't we campaign on that? Get out and talk to folks. But here's the other thing that's important in this book. Back in 2022, It was like Moses was going to part the seas, but the secular version of that was what? The red tide, the red wave was going to sweep over this country. And we weren't going to have to worry about woke politics anymore. We were going to be back in control. Guess what? It didn't happen. Why? One of the reasons is they were able to portray folks like you as extremists. When did being a Christian and going to church on Sundays and kneeling down before God become extremism in this country? Puzzling, is it not? That's where we are right now. That's who those people are. So when we talk about MAGA, Make America Great Again, we have to, as I explain in this book, all MAGA means is a strong manufacturing base, secure borders, and an end to endless wars. When I was in the White House, it hurt me every time I went up to Walter Reed and I saw young men and women without arms or legs trying to get their life back because the Bushes and the Obamas and the Clintons had sent them off to Iraq and Afghanistan for multiple tours of duty over 10-year periods to waste trillions of dollars and all these lives. Donald Trump, end to endless wars. That's what MAGA is, and MAGA is Christianity as well. It's faith, and they want to make you extremists. We've got a battle ahead. This was all planned. I said back in January that Biden would not be the nominee, that they'd let him get through the primary so they wouldn't have that radical fight, right, between them all, and that they'd either take him out or he'd resign gracefully, and that's what we have now. Do you understand? We have a fight on our hands. Not because Kamala Harris is a strong candidate, but because we're not fighting Kamala, we're fighting CNN and MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, Washington Post, New York Times, the corporate media that lies to you every day. All right, let me end this way. By year standards, I'm an old guy. Turning point is the new generation. And years ago, when I saw Charlie Kirk begin his efforts, it was like, man, he's going into college campuses and preaching conservatism. Charlie, you are a tough dude, man, because that's a tough thing. But you know what? He's already won that war. We are going to win this election not because of the older folks in America who understand all the stakes, but because folks like Charlie Kirk have motivated the youth of America. So I salute Turning Point. I salute all of you. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight. God bless you. God bless America. God bless my boss, Donald John Trump.
Okay, we have been watching together. This was from last night. Peter Navarro, former Trump aide, speaking about how they believe they win the race in November against Kamala Harris and the Democrats. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side of this break, Ben Carson spoke there as well last night. We're going to take a quick break, squeeze that in. We'll be back with Ben Carson's speech last night in West Palm Beach when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 8:13 on the East Coast on your Saturday morning, 5:13 out west. Let's take a live look at the White House right now. There it is, beautiful sunny day in the nation's capital. Here's a fun fact: 100 days today from the November 5th election, and we're just really slamming this race into high gear. Of course, the Democrats will be in Chicago with the Democratic National Convention in mid-August. Today, Kamala Harris is speaking in Pittsfield, Massachusetts this afternoon. Former President Trump and JD Vance will be in Minnesota, a swing state there, as they try to push for a state where Democrats have edged out Republicans in the last few cycles, but Mr. Trump believes he can capture it in 2024. And the big event last night in Florida was the Turning Point Action USA, the Believers Summit. We just brought you Peter Navarro speaking there, and we want to bring in popular conservative speaker Ben Carson, who was speaking there last night as well. And let's take a listen in together now on what Ben Carson was saying last night.
Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank Charlie Kirk and the organizations for putting together something like this. It's wonderful. You know, we are one nation under God. You know, we allow those words to roll off of our tongue, but we have people who are saying, we're not a Christian nation, we're not a godly nation, we are a secular nation. But tell me, if our founding document says that our rights come from our Creator, doesn't that mean something? If the Pledge of Allegiance says we are one nation under God, doesn't that mean something? If many courtrooms on the wall it says, in God we trust, doesn't that mean something? If every coin in our pocket and every bill in our wallet says, in God we trust, doesn't that mean something? And the people who say that you're not supposed to talk about God, I think they manifest schizophrenia. Because that's who we are. And it is our relationship with God that has allowed us to go from a ragtag bunch of militiamen to the pinnacle of the world in record time. God is always there. And you think about the very beginning, George Washington, who had great faith in God. And think about the Battle of Monongahela during the French and Indian War, where he was a courier for General Braddock, back and forth. All the other couriers were killed. He had 2 horses shot from beneath him. He had 4 bullet holes in his coat. He had bullet fragments in his hair, but no wounds. And many years later, one of the Indian chiefs knew that he was going to be in the area. He was elderly and he was going to die soon. He said, carry me to see that man. And when he was in George Washington's presence, he said, sir, I am an expert marksman, and I shot you several times. And my men shot you several times. And pretty soon I told them to stop wasting their bullets because it wasn't going to hurt you. And I just wanted to be in the presence of the man who is protected by the great spirits above. Think about that. Now, fast forward to 2 weeks ago, 59 miles from that same spot, when an assassin tried to bring down Donald Trump. God intervened in that case too, because he has something for him to do. And you know, God is always there in our lives if we look for him. You know, when I was a teenager, I had a pretty razor-sharp temper. People who know me now can't believe it. They say, how, mild-mannered Ben Carson with a temper? Well, when I was 14, I tried to stab another youngster. And fortunately, he had a large metal belt buckle on under his clothing, and a knife blade struck with such force that it broke, and he fled in terror. But I was more terrified because I realized I was trying to kill somebody over nothing. And I went into the bathroom and locked the door and started contemplating my life. I had gotten over my poor academic performance. I was a stellar student at that time. But I realized with a temper like that, my only options were the grave, reform school, or prison. And I didn't like any of those options. And I just prayed. And there was a Bible, and I picked it up, and there were all these verses about anger. Like Proverbs 19:19, it says there's no point trying to get an angry man out of trouble because he's just going to get back into it. But encouraging verses like Proverbs 16:32, mightier is the man who can control his temper than the man who can conquer a city. Verse after verse, chapter after chapter, they all seemed like they were written about me. And I came to an understanding while I was in that bathroom that the reason that I was so angry is because I was selfish. Because it was always about me, my, and I. And that if I could take myself out of the center of the circle and let it be about other people, it wouldn't be a problem for me anymore. And it was that realization that changed my life. Now, fast forward several years, and there I was as a surgeon, chief of pediatric neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins. And there was a young man who had a disease called Van Hippel-Lindau, where you develop these very vascular tumors in the central nervous system. He had developed one in his brainstem. That's an area that's considered inoperable. It's like a coaxial cable. Everything is absolutely vital. And none of the adult neurosurgeons would do anything. He was an adult. His wife happened to be a nurse on the pediatric neurosurgery service. So I couldn't escape her. And she said, "You're going to have to operate on my husband." I said, "But I'm a pediatric neurosurgeon." And she said, "Well, he acts like a child." But she just kept after me, and I finally said, "Okay, I will go and talk to him." And I spoke to him, and I said, "Craig, you know, this is an inoperable area. There's a reason that nobody wants to operate on this." I said, "If I operate on you, there's at least a 50-50 chance that you will die on the table." And he said, "Doc, if you don't operate, there's a 100% chance that I'm going to die." I said, "That sounds pretty mature." So I took him to the operating room, and it was very difficult. He'd grown a lot of new vessels into the area, and under the microscope, I made a very tiny incision in the brainstem, took the little micro probe and pushed until I felt something that felt different, which would be the capsule of the tumor. Put in a little micro grasper, grabbed the tumor, couldn't see it, started pulling it out and using a little micro instrument to free it from the attachments. And then the evoked potentials went flat, the electrical activity of the brain flat. And the anesthesiologist said, I told you were going to kill him." He was very much against the operation. The attitude was very somber at that point. But I got the tumor out. We closed him up. He was on complete life support, wasn't showing any function. But we prayed. His wife and I, we prayed that God would intervene. And the next morning when I came into the ICU, he was sitting up in the bed, had been extubated, and was telling jokes. And you know, what you were seeing there, this is how God works. He takes the knife out of the hand of an angry teenager and replaces it with a scalpel to save lives. So that's what God can do. We just have to be aware, and we have to be looking for these signs of things that he does. But it's so important right now that we understand that he is there. Sometimes it looks pretty bleak out there, the things that are happening in our society, but he's there. And he's there to save us, but we have to seek his face and turn from our wicked ways, like it says in 2 Chronicles 7:14. You know, some people think that this is all of recent origin, all of these things that are going on in our society. It is not of recent origin. Ever since the very beginning, there have been those who were detractors of our system, who said you can't have a system that's run by the will of the people. You have to have a monarch. That started way back before we even had our Constitution. Now you have people who want to throw God out. And aren't you proud of the states of Louisiana and Oklahoma for saying we'll put the 10 Commandments back in the school? And we will begin to read the Bible again. Think about, but if you look at the congressional record, January the 10th, 1963, you will see that all of this stuff has been going on for decades. It was read into the congressional record by Congressman Herlong of Florida. The 45 goals of communism in America, one of which was to gain control of the public schools and the teacher unions so you could indoctrinate the kids. Gain control of Hollywood and the news media so that you could manipulate the people. Gain control of one or both political parties. We know which one. Think about all those kinds of things. Make promiscuity and pornography common things. Make sexual perversion normal, natural, and healthy. Drive wedges between parents and children. Denigrate the role of the family. Change the function of the church from the real gospel to the social gospel. Have you noticed that's happening in our churches? That people are not standing for the word of God, but they're putting their finger up in the air and seeing which way the wind is blowing? We have got to be brave, because you cannot be the land of the free if you're not the home of the brave. And yes, there may be some persecution. You know, look what Peter Navarro went through. And, you know, they've come after me too. They'll come after all of you. But what does that mean? That little bit of inconvenience against the backdrop of eternity. We have real perspective, and we know what things we need to be afraid of. But I want you to think about a verse that I'm going to read, because I think it sort of tells us who we are and what's going on right now. If I can find it quickly. It was there. The FBI took it. Okay, here it is. 2 Chronicles 4, verses 8 and 9. We are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Resilience, that's what it's talking about. And you know, that's what we have and we are blessed with our president. You know, our 47th coming president. Now, have you noticed there are some people who say, I don't like him. He's a bad person. He says bad words. He does all these things. Guess what? You do not become a real estate mogul in the dog-eat-dog world of Manhattan by being a Boy Scout. I'm sorry. I would love it if you did, because I'm a Boy Scout. But, but it explains a lot of the reasons that he is the way he is. But it's okay. Because, you know, David was a pretty slimy guy, too, in the Bible. I mean, murder and adultery and deceit, and yet God said he's a man after my own heart. You know why? Because David said to give me a heart that's after you, and restore unto me the joy of thy salvation. He repented, he turned, he recognized that he needed God in his life, he needed a Savior. Guess what? We all need a Savior. None of us is righteous. But God can use virtually anyone for his purposes. And I think somebody who has the kind of strength that we saw when Donald Trump got shot and got up and raised his hand and said, I'm okay, that is what we need for a leader. We don't need a weakling for a leader. And you know, a bunch of people keep asking me the question, why do you think Donald Trump is attractive to the minority community, to the black and the Hispanic community? I'll tell you why. It's because he believes that a rising tide lifts all boats. He doesn't pick and choose who should be benefited. And that's what we need. People just want to be treated the same. They don't want special treatment. They just all want to be treated the same. And you look at the policies that he put forth and how that positively impacted those communities. The lowest unemployment ever recorded, the highest wages, the highest home ownership. You know, there were a whole host of things, and people observe those things and they see them. And, you know, I hate the fact that people sit there and try to say he's a racist. You know, I've known him for many years. I haven't seen anything about him that even slightly seems racist to me. And, you know, when he moved to Florida, the clubs, most of them were segregated racially, and they didn't admit Jews. Guess who came down and changed that? Donald T. Trump. And I've seen the way that he treats the employees. He knows their names. He works with them. He loves them. They love him. Unlike Kamala Harris, they stay with him. They don't all leave very soon. That tells you something very important, doesn't it, about the kind of person that he is. And I know a lot of stories about special things that he has done for people. He doesn't like to make them public. He doesn't talk about them. But you would be surprised to see the things that he does for people that he didn't even know who were in need. That's the kind of person that he is. And in terms of efficiency, you know that ice rink in Manhattan that they were trying to fix for years and years, spent millions of dollars, couldn't get it done, and he said, let me do it. In a matter of months, he did it for a fraction of the cost. That's the kind of person that he is. For years and years, people talked about how they were going to move the embassy to Jerusalem. He actually did it. Think about that. And to tell you what kind of person he is, you know, early on during the COVID crisis, I contracted the disease. Now, this is when the first iteration of the disease, it was very deadly. You know, it changed over the course of time. The COVID that's around now is no worse than the common cold. But it was a killer in the beginning because no one had seen it, no one had immunity to it, and it was deadly. And the fact that a number of people, encouraged by him, to come up with a vaccine that actually worked and saved a lot of lives. What happened later on is the virus mutated. It became much less virulent, and then the treatment became worse than the disease. You have to understand the sequence of things and how they were going at that time. But I contracted it. I almost died. I was on the verge of death. The only thing that saved me was I was able to get the monoclonal antibody before it was okayed by the FDA, because he signed the papers to allow me to be able to do that. And he reminds me all the time. He says, you saved all those kids, but I saved you. But he called every day to ask how I was doing. He always was looking after me, and he looks after us because he cares about us. He was already as famous as anybody can be in the world. He already had a ton of money. He didn't have to do this. He loves the United States of America. He loves each one of us. And he is actually here, believe it or not. And after a short video, we will welcome him on stage.
Former President Donald Trump is holding a rally in Western Pennsylvania, his last campaign stop ahead of next week's Republican National Convention.
A busy day in the campaign world.
Okay, so that was Ben Carson speaking last night in West Palm Beach to a group of grassroots conservative Christians. And we heard that speech there, which was, you know, his take on keeping God in our lives. So I'm going to take a quick break here as we take a live look at the United States Congress, the U.S. Capitol, with a lot going on in the coming week after a busy week with Benjamin Netanyahu speaking there earlier this week. And we're taking a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the latest on the Friday meeting between Benjamin Netanyahu and former President Donald Trump, and plus a whole lot of other breaking stories here on Live Now from Fox. Come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 8:39 on the East Coast, 5:39 out west. We're bringing you some breaking news right now. This is a live look at the border between Israel and Gaza, the Gaza Strip. Of course, we're a full 9 months into this conflict now between Israel and Hamas, with Hezbollah shelling almost daily into Israel from the north. Here's the breaking news story from the Associated Press. We have learned that Israel has done an airstrike, and that Israeli airstrike on a school has killed dozens of folks. This is the Associated Press bringing us this breaking story. Israeli airstrikes hitting the school being used by displaced people in central Gaza earlier today. Now, this reportedly killed dozens of people. As Israel's negotiators prepare to meet international mediators with the goal of discussing that proposed ceasefire plan with Hamas some 9 months into the war in the Gaza Strip. This is the plan that President Biden has put forth about 2 months ago, a three-part plan to phase the war out and get the hostages back. Now, at least 30 people sheltering at this school were taken to a hospital and pronounced dead after a strike that Israel's military said targeted a Hamas command and control center used to store weapons and plan attacks. It said that militants used the compound as a hiding place to direct and plan numerous attacks against the IDF troops and developed and stored large quantities of weapons inside. And throughout this conflict, Israel has made the argument that Hamas regularly uses its people as human shields. And this has been the argument time and time again, that if you want to wipe out Hamas, you have to do whatever you have to do to hit them wherever they are. So, again, about a dozen people, at least a dozen people killed in an airstrike by Israel this morning on a school that they argue was a command center for Hamas. Right now, we want to tell you a little bit more about the meeting yesterday between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump down at Mar-a-Lago. Let's listen in. This is a report now from Dana Marie McNichol with Fox News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Florida Friday, meeting with former President Donald Trump, one day after his meeting with President Biden and Vice President Harris.
We've always had a very good relationship.
The two said they discussed the possibility of a Gaza ceasefire deal. Trump went on to use the moment to take aim at Harris, the presumptive Democratic nominee. Thursday, the vice president also met with Netanyahu, saying afterward she urged him to get a deal done.
I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice pertaining to Israel.
The White House Friday pushed back against reports Netanyahu is upset over the vice president's remarks. A potential VP pick for Harris also defended the vice president's position.
I think she was spot on. She spoke about Israel's right to defend itself, the need for the hostages to be returned home.
Netanyahu's meeting with Trump marks the latest stop on the whirlwind trip to the U.S., who also addressed a joint meeting of Congress on Wednesday. When asked if a ceasefire deal was close, Netanyahu responded, "I hope so."
But I think time will tell. We're certainly eager to have one, and we're working on it.
Netanyahu's office told Israeli media earlier this week that Netanyahu will remain in the U.S. through the Sabbath. In West Palm Beach, I'm Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News.
Again, a live look at the Israeli border with Gaza, where a report is just coming in that an Israeli airstrike on a school being used by displaced people in central Gaza has killed about 30 people. But the IDF, Israel's government, is clear to point out that Hamas militants were using the compound as a hiding place to direct and plan numerous attacks against IDF troops. It's a breaking story. We'll bring you more of it throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a quick break, and we will be right back with more of your breaking news stories, headlines, and events from across America and around the world this Saturday morning. All right. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 8:46 on the East Coast, 5:46 out west on your Saturday morning. I'm Keith Landry. I hope you're off to a great start. Lots more breaking news, headlines, live events, and stories from around the globe today right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a live look right now at our nation's capital, the U.S. Capitol building. And one of the top issues that we're hearing about in the elections in 2024 is the scourge of fentanyl and the effect it is taking, killing and injuring and damaging Americans and families. And it's cheap to make, it's easy to get, and the Mexican drug cartels have been pulling it across the border like there's no tomorrow. And so this is a top issue we're going to continue to hear more about in the election this year. Now, as we take a look at the Capitol, we want to tell you more about two alleged leaders of one of Mexico's most notorious drug cartels. They are now in American jail cells. One of them actually duped into getting on a plane where he thought he was going somewhere else and realized all of a sudden he had just landed in the United States. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in our nation's capital with more on what this could mean to the Sinaloa cartel.
Fentanyl is the deadliest drug threat our country has ever faced.
Attorney General Merrick Garland underscoring the seriousness of the drug epidemic sweeping across the United States as he announces the arrest of two key leaders of the notorious Sinaloa drug cartel, Ismael Zambada Garcia, known as El Mayo, and Joaquin Guzman Lopez.
Both men are facing multiple charges in the United States for leading the cartel's criminal operations.
El Mayo, one of the cartel's alleged co-founders and long sought after by U.S. law enforcement, was unknowingly lured to the U.S. on a private plane Thursday under false pretenses by Guzman Lopez, the son of the cartel's other co-founder, El Chapo. The Sinaloa cartel is one of the most powerful and violent drug trafficking organizations in Mexico, responsible for distributing fentanyl, cocaine, and other drugs throughout the United States and Europe.
This capture is huge. It's still early to see what the impact will be in Mexico, but it's certainly going to change, no question about it.
In a statement, President Biden commended law enforcement for arresting the two men and for continuing to bring Sinaloa cartel leaders to justice. El Mayo and Guzman Lopez joined other top Sinaloa leaders in U.S. custody, including El Chapo, who was sentenced to life in prison on drug conspiracy charges in 2019.
The Justice Department will not rest until every single cartel leader, member, and associate responsible for poisoning our communities is held accountable.
The Justice Department says both men will make their initial appearances in federal court the coming days. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Okay, thank you, Madeline. We appreciate that as we continue this live look at the nation's capital. 100 days to the election now, and we're going to continue to hear a lot more about fentanyl and the scourge on Americans, the terrible toll it takes, and the efforts to reduce the amount of fentanyl coming into our nation. We'll be hearing more about that in the coming days. We're taking a quick break again on Live Now from Fox, our last break of the hour. Back with a lot more of your breaking news stories on the other side of this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. It's 8:51 on the East Coast, 5:51 bright and early out west. Hope your Saturday's off to a great start. It is July 27th. We are talking about the race for the White House. You Decide 2024. Live look at the White House right now. You know, it's interesting. There are 100 days until the November 5th election and so much ground to cover. Let's break it down for you this Saturday morning. The new presumed Democratic nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris, speaking in Pittsfield, Massachusetts around 2 p.m. today. We'll be bringing that to you on Live Now from Fox today a little bit later on. Former President Donald Trump and his VP pick, JD Vance, holding a rally tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time in St. Cloud, Minnesota. In the last hour, we brought you quite a bit of information about the Republican side of things. We heard from former Trump aide Pete Navarro and Ben Carson at a conservative Republican grassroots summit last night. Right now, I want to bring you a little bit about the Harris side of things. This is an endorsement from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who is on the short list as a possible running mate for Kamala Harris. So yesterday he endorsed her in Pennsylvania, and we want to bring that to you now. Let's listen in.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's a great day. It's a great day to have a political rally, isn't it? Yeah. And all of our speakers today can complete a full sentence without cursing. Before we start, I want to take a moment of silence to underscore just how important this event is for the Philadelphia building trades in front of the Pat Gillespie building. We lost a member, Matt Holleran of Local 14. It just lets you know how important worker safety is and why we need OSHA, and we can't have those other clowns eradicate OSHA. So give me a moment of silence for Matt Holleran. Thank you. We'd like to welcome you here today on this momentous occasion. And first, before we get to where we're going, I'm gonna give an honor to the best union president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden. Let there be no mistake that we will not allow the history books to be written without them putting Joe Biden and his love of country at the top of the thing. Joe Biden said it better than any of us could say it. He said, I revere this office, but I love my country more. And it was time for him to turn over the country to a new generation of leaders. And the Democratic Party has them in spades. All of our leadership, the talent that we have, it is almost unfair, the talent we have. Some of it is up on stage tonight. Our first woman speaker, Joanna McClinton. At some point, we'll be joined by the first female mayor, Sherelle Parker. And we have a special guy. It ain't about him today. But the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And we hadn't had a governor in our mansion like we have right now. Right. He's special. In this budget alone, he prioritized education with the House, with Jordan Harris is here. Jordan. We got talent. I just forget about them. They falling out my pocket. Jordan Harris, the appropriations chairman. Where are you, Jordan? In this budget, Jordan, get up here, man. Come on. They prioritize people. Look at the investments they made into our schools. Look at the site fund to put our people back to work. $400 million. 500 million. See, the governor. That's a $500 million. Listen, the working union people have never had a governor had our back like Josh Shapiro. Hey, hey. And while this isn't about Josh, he would look good on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, that's all I'm saying.
All right, thank you very much.
That's enough, that's enough. But we hear about the prosecutor, the woman that knows people like Donald Trump. She prosecuted sex offenders. He is one. She prosecuted kind men. He is one. She is the right person at the right time for this job to take America forward. And I'm going to put all this to bed about qualifications. I want to put our qualifications up against Donald Trump. He inherited money. He had 2 failed casinos when Atlantic City and Vegas were the only place you can gamble. How do you mess that up? He did. He went bankrupt more times than I care to count. And she was a prosecutor in San Francisco, ran for that one. The largest state in our country is California. She was the AG of California. Then she was the senator from the state of California. She ran all them. That California is like a mini economy in and of itself. She is one of the most qualified candidates ever to run for this office. And let no one let you know that that is a sexist trope that they're doing. If that was a man with that, they would say, oh, this is an experienced person. But we're gonna have her back. As you look out here, look at the diversity, look at the gender diversity, the ethnic diversity, the generational diversity. We have it all. And there's a palpable excitement throughout this country. Look at the fundraising she's doing. We have Kamala Harris's back. The state party, under our great leader, Senator Sharif Street. Now, if you know the Democrats, we got many tents for everything. But that call was unanimous in endorsing Kamala Harris because she's the right person.
Amen.
And I'm so proud to stand here representing over 40,000 construction workers, public employees, refinery workers, every type of worker you want to name in this region. And we're going to use all of our time, our talent, and our treasure to elect the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Joe Biden and Harris made it possible for us to have pre-apprenticeship programs so we could bring African Americans, Latinos, and women into the building trades. This isn't what they said they were going to do, like Trump, an empty promise. This is what they did, and showcasing that is our own Aaron Hoffman, director of the Finishing Trades Institute and WINK, Women in Construction. Aaron.
Everybody needs a Ryan. I didn't know I was talking today, but he said, I look beautiful. I need a button of them on my mirror. This vote is so important. Pre-apprenticeship programs, DE&I efforts for the building trades, this is what we need. Our job sites and our workforce has to look like the neighborhoods that we live in and that we represent. Programs like WINK, Women in Non-Traditional Careers, give women in the city of Philadelphia and surrounding counties the opportunity to do just that. They get to apply and thrive in the Philadelphia Union building trades. So make sure you vote.
All right, Aaron. Good job, Aaron.
And I see all the assembled press. I want you to write this. The building trades is now diverse on the workforce and our leadership. I'm going to bring up to you a business manager, which is the highest elective office in building trades. Tricia Virgo, the business manager of our IT Local 8. Tricia.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Ryan Boyer, Wayne Gallagher for inviting me to speak today. I am Tricia Barnes-Vargo, first female business manager of IATSE, Local 8 stations, and first female business manager to sit on the Philadelphia building trades. Kamala Harris has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the values we hold dear as union members. Her dedication to workers' rights, her relentless pursuit of justice, and her vision for a fair and equitable society make her an ideal candidate to lead our nation. Throughout her career, Kamala has been a fierce advocate for labor. She understands the importance of strong unions and has fought tirelessly to ensure that workers have the rights and protections they deserve. From supporting legislation that increases wages and improves working conditions to standing up against corporate interests that seek to undermine our collective bargaining power, Kamala has proven time and time again that she is on our side. In addition to her staunch support for labor, Kamala Harris brings a wealth of experience and a deep understanding of her complexities facing our country today. As a former Attorney General and now Vice President, she has tackled some of the most pressing issues of our time, from criminal justice reform to healthcare access. Her ability to navigate these challenges with intelligence and compassion sets her apart as a leader who can bring about real and meaningful change. Moreover, Kamala's personal story is one of resilience and determination. She embodies the spirit of American dream, rising from humble beginnings to become one of the most powerful voices in our nation. Her leadership is not just about policies and politics. It's about inspiring all of us to strive for a better future. As the business manager for IATSE Local 8, I know the value of strong leadership and the impact it can have on our lives and livelihoods. Kamala Harris understands our struggles and our aspirations. She has the vision, the experience, and the heart to lead our country toward a brighter, more inclusive future. I am honored today to stand together and support Kamala Harris for President of the United States, for a leader who believes in the power of unions, who fights for justice, and who inspires hope in every one of our nations. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are watching together as Philadelphia union leaders endorse Kamala Harris for President of the United States. You can see the Pennsylvania governor there, Josh Shapiro. He's going to speak next, but we are going to take a quick break right now and squeeze that in. And when we come back, we will hear from him. So come on back. We'll have his endorsement of Vice President Harris after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. It is 9:06 on the East Coast, 6:06 bright and early out on the West Coast. Want to hope you're having a great Saturday morning. We're talking about the presidential race. Let's take a live look at the White House right now on this Saturday morning with literally 100 days until the November 5th election. Vice President Kamala Harris speaking this afternoon in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Former President Donald Trump, the 45th president, trying to become 47. He'll speak in Minnesota with his running mate JD Vance this evening at 8 p.m. You'll see that right here on Live Now from Fox this evening. Now, before the break, we were showing you Philadelphia union leaders endorsing Kamala Harris for president. And right now we want to hear Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's endorsement of her. His name is being thrown around quite intensively, maybe top 5 to be a potential running mate for Kamala Harris. So let's listen in now.
Governor that we've ever had, Josh Shapiro! What's up, Philly? Man, it is so good to be in a house of labor. And when my speaker was talking before, I thought she was taking us all to church as well. That's a hell of a combination. Let me begin by talking about our 100th mayor. Herself a history maker. Yes. A friend for 20 years in public service. Someone who is indeed walking the walk, making our city safer, making sure our city is cleaner, but most important, making sure every single person in this city feels heard, feels respected, feels looked after. Madam Mayor, I'm grateful for your leadership, and I'm even more grateful for your friendship. Thank you. It feels real good to be with Ryan Boyer and all these great leaders in organized labor. I have seen the power of this organization, the power to put people to work, the power to put food on the table for families who are looking out for their children, the power to be able to think about a tomorrow that includes all of you in the progress of this nation, the power to rebuild a road in just 12 days, and the power to see to it that our nation moves forward in this election with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I know that power because I've had the opportunity to work with you, to serve alongside you in this journey of public service. This has been a partnership to put people to work. Today in Pennsylvania, we just graduated more than 7,000 apprentices for the first time ever in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. For the first time ever, we got a legal directive signed by the governor of this Commonwealth to say that public works projects should be PLA driven in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We have seen in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that when our union brothers and sisters do well, our economy grows, our families get stronger, and our Commonwealth becomes more prosperous. We've stood together as we have made progress. We've also stood together when we've tried to root out evil amongst us. It was all of you who stood with me when we took on one of the most powerful, one of the most skilled, one of the most wealthy contractors in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and brought the largest Davis-Bacon prevailing wage theft case in the history of the United States, and we held them criminally accountable here in the Commonwealth. We showed through that if you screw over a Pennsylvania worker, you're going to be held to account. We also showed through that work that we value the Pennsylvanians who may not sit in a boardroom, but go do that hard backbreaking work on our roads in the heat of summer and in the cold of winter. We showed what we value. We showed that every single day, what you preach in your union halls is what we live in the halls of government. And that is standing up for the rights of workers, standing up for the people who are making us more prosperous. You know who else has done that work throughout her lifetime? Yeah. Who's dedicated herself to doing that work? Another friend of mine over the last 20 years, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Yeah. She is a fearless leader. She has always put people before the powerful, whether in a courtroom, in the halls of power, or in the office of the Vice President. She has never forgotten the people that got her there. She has never forgotten where she came from. She never forgot her roots. Think about it. Someone who has rose through the ranks. Someone who has achieved all that she's achieved. She's never turned her back on the people that the mayor and the speaker and all of the union leaders here are fighting for every day. And thanks to her and President Biden, more people went to work in America today than ever before. Yes. Thanks to her and President Biden, we are poised to be here in Pennsylvania the national leader when it comes to clean energy for the future of our country, right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I said it, Jimmy Snell. Thanks to her, when tragedy struck our region, when that road on I-95 collapsed, my first call was with Ryan Boyer to say, can we muster the soldiers to get out there and get people moving again? And the second call came from the Biden-Harris administration. And they simply said, what do you need? They delivered everything they need. They took a city that was down on its knees and lifted us back up. And that's the same thing Kamala Harris is going to do for this country. Now, gang, you could not have a clearer contrast in this race. You could not have a clearer contrast between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And let me tell you something, he's pretty afraid. Y'all see, he's backing out of the debate now. He's afraid to stand toe-to-toe with our vice president. And you know why that is? It's not just because she's a skilled debater. It's not just because she's got the right positions on the issues that matter most to the good people of Pennsylvania and this country. It's because he can't run away from his record any longer.
Yeah.
Think about it. 4 years as president. Guy stacks the NLRB with a bunch of corporate folks who have tried to rip away your rights every step of the way. We can't go back to that, and he can't defend that. Think about this. This guy went to the Supreme Court of the United States, a place where me and my office have been to stand up for people's fundamental rights and freedom. A place where Kamala Harris, as Attorney General in California, went to stand up to expand the freedoms for the good people of this nation. Donald Trump went to court, the Supreme Court, and asked to make this nation a right-to-work nation. Let me be clear, I'll never let Pennsylvania be a right-to-work state, and Kamala Harris will never let this nation be a right-to-work nation. And it's not just in these big halls of power that Donald Trump has tried to screw over our nation. In our restaurants and bars, when I served as your Attorney General, Donald Trump, as president, literally tried to put a federal rule in place to make it so when you tip your waiter, your waitress, your bartender, that they wouldn't get to keep those tips. That instead it would go to the back of the house, it would go to the restaurant owner. This is who this man is. Screwing over the little guy for the corporate interest. The good news is we went to court, we beat him, and our waiters and our waitresses, our bartenders, they were protected. You see, whether as president where he worked directly against working folks, or whether as a businessman who quite literally screwed over the workers who were building our high-rises, our casinos, and so many other things that dot the East Coast of the United States. He has shown us who he is, right? When folks tell you who they are, Madam Mayor,
Believe him the first time. Believe him the first time.
We don't need to give him the keys to the White House so that he can continue to rip away our freedoms, so he can continue to attack this great nation. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little sick and tired of this guy going on TV every day, shit-talking America.
Yeah.
Think about this for a minute. We are producing more energy in America than ever before, giving us more freedom, more prosperity than ever before. Our economy is growing faster than any other economy in the world, and we are out-competing China for the first time in generations, giving us more freedom and more opportunity. And thanks to union brothers and sisters like you and many more across this country, this morning in America, when folks woke up, more people went to a job than ever before, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration. And so I got a message to Donald Trump. Stop shit-talking America. Stop attacking our workers. Stop limiting our freedom and start standing up for righteousness, for goodness, and for the American people. The person who is best equipped to do that in this election, the person we are going to unite behind in order to accomplish that, is the Vice President of the United States, our next president, our 47th president, a dear friend of mine, a dear friend of Philadelphia's, Kamala Harris. Are y'all with me? Let's get this done, Philly. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Okay, so there we heard it, the Philadelphia union leaders and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris for President of the United States as we take a live look right now at the White House. 100 days left until the November 5th election. Kamala Harris speaking this afternoon in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. former President Donald Trump and his running mate JD Vance speaking at 8 o'clock this evening in St. Cloud, Minnesota, a battleground state, one of the 5 to 7 states that really could decide election 2024 and the course of a nation. Taking a quick break, we have a lot more to talk about this Saturday morning on Live Now from Fox. We're going to hear from Donald Trump speaking last night in Florida at a conservative Christian grassroots Get Out the Vote organization summit. And we'll be hearing from him for a good part of the next hour here on Live Now from Fox. Come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We have a breaking news story out of Israel. This is a live look at the Israeli-Gaza border, some 9+ months into the military conflict with Hamas there. And a breaking news story this morning is an Israeli airstrike earlier today on a school has killed dozens of people. The Associated Press telling us that that airstrike hit a school being used by displaced people in central Gaza, and at least 30 people were pronounced dead at a local hospital. Now, this comes as Israel's negotiators are preparing to meet international mediators and talk about that proposed ceasefire plan with Hamas some 9 months into the war. This is the ceasefire plan that President Biden put forth a couple months ago, a 3-part phase out, get the hostages back, get most of the Israeli army out of the Gaza Strip, and then secure a lasting peace. But here's Israel's view on this. While at least 30 people were pronounced dead after that military strike, the Israeli military is claiming that this was a Hamas command and control center and that it was used to store weapons and to plan attacks. Israeli military leaders say that the militants used the compound as a hiding place to direct and plan numerous attacks against IDF troops and developed and stored large quantities of weapons inside that facility. So again, we have a breaking news story in the Gaza Strip, an Israeli airstrike killing dozens of people, but Israel making the claim that this was a command center for Hamas and that they've been using it in that capacity, so they took it out strictly from a military perspective. All right, we're switching gears just a little bit here now, and we are talking about the housing in the United States. So high rents, high cost of living, inflation really hitting pocketbooks where it hurts. And a new study from Harvard University finds that the cost of living in a place, whether it be a house or renting an apartment, is at highest points that they've been in a long time all across America. Let's listen in now from Kennedy Hayes with Fox News has the details for us.
The lead author on the Harvard University Housing Report tells me there's a lot of homeowners right now who can't afford to move even if they wanted to. I spoke to a woman looking for a home in a suburb of Denver about how her search has gone so far.
It's been daunting because again, like everything else, it's going up.
Rachel Burkholder is looking for a bigger space for her family of 5. She says she's been working extra jobs to afford a new home.
This is the living room.
Her search comes during a time when she says it's already hard to keep up with monthly expenses.
I feel like everything that you purchase at the store now has gone up substantially. So learning how to budget better has been a challenge. I'm a teacher, so I'm all about, trying to find a deal.
Housing deals are hard to come by right now. A Harvard University study blames higher interest rates and rising property taxes. Experts say housing is more expensive than it was before the pandemic in almost every part of the country.
First, it was the South that was getting more expensive. We saw a boom and a bust in places like Austin. But even the Midwest and the Northeast are now seeing rapid price growth in home prices and in rents.
More Americans are living in homes that stretch their budgets thin, the study says. 1 in 4 homeowners are spending more than the recommended 30% of their income on housing costs such as utilities and mortgage payments. By comparison, paying rent to live in an apartment is even pricier. Almost half of all renters are spending more than the recommended 30% on rental costs.
Middle and lower income renters are seeing a shortage. We've lost over 6 million, low rent units over the past 10 years.
Experts add rental costs don't seem to be going down anytime soon. So if you can't afford it, now might be the time to buy.
Going into this knowing that there's going to be some sacrifices that we have to make as a family, but also knowing that there's some wiggle room, especially looking now when there's not as much competition.
Economists predict mortgage rates will remain elevated through the remainder of the year. In Denver, Kennedy Hayes, Fox News.
Okay, thank you, Kennedy Hayes, for that look at the housing costs. Really a concern all across America right now with inflation and all the other costs in family budgets. Taking a quick break. When we come back, we're going to hear former President Donald Trump speaking last night in Florida. It's about an hour-long speech. We're going to bring you most of it right here on Live Now from Fox so you can listen to what he's saying, how he's sort of pivoting his campaign over to Kamala Harris, and the many issues that he spoke about. A lot of issues about religious faith, because this audience was a conservative Christian group in Southeast Florida. So we'll bring you the former president's speech when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on your Saturday morning. Coming up on 9:30 on the East Coast and 6:30 on the West Coast. This is a live look at the White House right now. 100 days now until the November 5th election. Here's a quick look at some of the things going on. Kamala Harris speaking in Pittsfield, Massachusetts today around 2 o'clock-ish. Former President Donald Trump and Vice Presidential candidate JD Vance speaking in the swing state of Minnesota in a suburb called St. Cloud, Minnesota, tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And a new poll from Fox News, it's the first poll that's come out since President Biden's withdrawal from the campaign, shows a competitive contest in those 5 battleground states. There are 5 to 7 battleground states that are most likely, according to analysts, going to decide this election. Fox News senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy has a closer look at the Trump-Harris head-to-head matchup as it stands now.
Nice jacket. Nice jacket.
The Kamala Harris path to 270 is similar to Joe Biden's. They both need Pennsylvania. And right now, Democrats in that state are slightly more motivated to vote in November. And in battleground Michigan, voters prioritizing immigration are breaking for Trump by nearly a 9-to-1 margin. But 83% of voters there prioritizing abortion prefer Harris, compared to just 15% for Trump. In Wisconsin, similar splits. Voters worried about the economy and immigration, like Trump. Voters worried about abortion, like Harris. Across all the battlegrounds in the new Fox surveys, Kamala Harris has a higher favorability rating in Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She and Trump have the same favorability in Michigan. And these numbers came before she was endorsed by Michelle Obama.
My girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
And Barack Obama.
Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you.
Some candidates for Harris running mate, not shy about it. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says, no matter what the future holds, Kentucky is my home. That will never change because I'm one proud Kentuckian. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, slightly more guarded about his chances.
I quickly offered her my endorsement. We spoke only about that, and we have not spoken since.
But energized Democrats should exercise some caution because it's early.
I have to be the skunk at the garden party. I think the vice president, put it in athletic terms, needs a really good cut man in a corner because she's getting ready to get cut.
Across all the battleground states we polled, the percentage of voters who agree with President Biden's decision to drop out is in the 70s and 80s. That's far more than the percentage of voters who think that now he must resign. That's down in the 30s. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Okay, Peter Doocy, thank you for the latest on that polling. Still super early. The race just sort of gelling together still. Democrats still haven't held their national convention, which is coming up in mid-August in Chicago. So taking a quick break here. When we come back, we've got a lot more politics to talk about, a lot more about the presidential race, but we do need to squeeze in a break here, so please come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry, and it is 9:34 on the East Coast and 6:34 out west. And we have a live feed we want to take you to here now. This is Carlisle, Pennsylvania. This is a scene here. It's a live look for you where Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is about to campaign for Kamala Harris for president in rural Pennsylvania. This is Carlisle, Pennsylvania. It's a live look. You can see it appears to be maybe a barn building there out in a rural area. You can see the flag of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the lower right side of your screen there, and some folks holding their signs for Harris for president. So the significance of why we're bringing this to you this morning is that Josh Shapiro is a popular governor, sort of a bipartisan track record in Pennsylvania, working well with a Republican and Democratic legislature in the state of Pennsylvania. And he is on the short list of a potential vice presidential pick for Kamala Harris. So there's significance of that. He endorsed Harris for president yesterday with a group of union leaders in Philadelphia. We just brought you that a little while ago here on Live Now from Fox. So we can see the scene is set for this upcoming campaign rally in rural Pennsylvania, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and Josh Shapiro, whose name is very much on that list of possible running mates for Kamala Harris, will be speaking there for her this morning, rallying on a variety of issues as they try to get that message out. Pennsylvania, one of the key swing states, the 5 to 7 states that are most likely to determine who becomes the 47th president of the United States, and we're expecting him to speak soon. Now, what we're going to do here, I did tell you that we would be bringing you part of former President Donald Trump's speech last night from Southeast Florida. It's a long speech. It's about an hour. We're going to try to get you as much of that speech as we can here. We're going to go to that now. And when Shapiro comes up to speak, we're going to go to that, and then we'll go back to former President Trump. So let's listen in now, and let's see if we can get you that speech last night from former President Donald Trump.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. This is a nice crowd. We're going to be talking a little bit about a wonderful thing called religion tonight. Is that okay? A little bit more than normal, and that's good. That's really good. And I just want to say hello to everybody and to Turning Point for the fantastic job that Turning Point does. Thank you very much, Turning Point. This is a great group. This is from corner to corner. This room is packed, and there are a lot of people outside, but we have to forget about them, right? We just have to. It's the way life goes. But I'm thrilled to be back with so many proud, hardworking American patriots who believe in faith and family, God and country. Thank you very much. And we want to thank each and every one of the believers in this room for your prayers and your incredible support. I really did appreciate it. Something was working, that we know. Something was working, so I thank you very much. And I stand before you tonight thanks to the power of prayer and the grace of Almighty God. As I think you can see, I've recovered well, and in fact, just took off the last bandage off of my ear. I just got it off. I took it off for this group. I don't know why I did that for this group, but that's it. I think that's it. I hope that's it. Let me also thank Charlie Kirk for hosting this event and for his leadership, as well as Bishop Aubrey Shines. Thank you, Bishop. A great friend of mine, a tremendous woman of faith, Pastor Paula White is here, and she's been so incredible wherever you may be, Paula. Where's Paula? She is fantastic. Thanks, Paula. Pastor Jensen Franklin, one of the biggest, one of the most powerful, one of the greats. Thank you, Pastor. He's been with us from day one. Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, whose church I visited in Detroit, and this guy can speak. Where is he? He can speak. He spoke at the convention. And I'll tell you, nobody wanted to follow him. Where is he? Where is that pastor? Oh, hello, Pastor. Nobody wanted to follow him, I can tell you that. There was the people said, I'll pass. You were fantastic. Thank you very much, Pastor. It was an honor to be in Detroit. And we were in serious Detroit, right? That was the real Detroit. Thank you very much. So respected, such a wonderful man. And speaking of respect, Secretary Ben Carson. What a great guy. Nobody like him. Former ESPN anchor Sage Steele. Thank you, Sage. Sage has been terrific. She's been terrific, amazing person. Another amazing person is a man named Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro, a patriot, one of the best trade people ever. He understood China better than anybody but me. I understood him better. No. We both understood. Where is Peter? What a great guy. Peter, where are you, Peter? There he is. Peter, thank you very much. What a great guy. He got it. He got it. He was something special, and he's going to come back with us, I think. Peter, you coming back with us wherever? Yeah, there you are. Thank you, Peter. He's coming back. He really did. He understood trade. He understood it better than just about anybody. He understood how we were being ripped off for years and years and years, and nobody did anything about it. But we did. And today we're delighted to announce the launch of our new coalition, Believers for Trump. Believers, you're believers for Trump. As you know, 5 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States, crooked Joe Biden. You know, I thought a lot about it. We defeated him. He was badly beaten, and you know, everybody was going to him, said, you can't beat him. You're not going to beat this guy. You can't beat him. Get out. Get out. We want you out. There was nothing nice about what they were doing. And they were saying, we want you out of the race. You're going to lose. We want to put somebody else in. How about that? It's like a prize fighter. He's losing badly, ready to be knocked out. And they say, well, wait, let's stop the fight. Let's put somebody else in. It doesn't work that way, and it's not supposed to work that way. And this really was a coup by the Democrats. This was a coup, nothing else. He got 14 million votes. I hate to stick up for Biden, but, you know, he didn't want to do what he did. He said, I'll never go out. I'll never, ever go out. 2 days later, I'm proud to go out. Because the fascists went after him. They threatened him with the 25th Amendment. They said, we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way, Joe. That's what happened. I know as many people on that side as I know on our side, so to speak. But that's what happened. They said, we can do it the hard way. We can do it the easy way. 25th Amendment if you don't go. And he said, oh, I'll go. And now they're trying to make him into a brave hero. He's so brave. Last night or the other night, he made a speech behind the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office. And look, I'm not looking to knock. I want to give people credit or not credit. It was horrible. And then you turn on to like CNN and MSDNC, the worst. They're just horrible. and they're saying one of the finest speeches we've ever seen. I mean, Churchillian, somebody said. Churchill, Winston Churchill. No, Winston had it on him a little bit. It was so bad, and they pretended it was good. And they're doing the same thing with her. She was a bum 3 weeks ago. She was a bum. A failed vice president in a failed administration with millions of people crossing, and she was the border czar. Now they're trying to say she never was the border czar. She had nothing to do with the border. She was the border czar. They're trying to take it. They're deleting it all over the place. They want to take it because we have the worst border in history. And 3.5 years ago, we had the best border that we've ever had. In fact, my chart that I looked over to the right, that chart, you know, the famous chart that showed we had the best numbers in history, at least recorded history on the border, that chart probably saved my life. Can you believe it? Because I looked over. If I didn't look over, I got a problem. Wasn't too good anyway. Did you see the FBI today apologize? They said, well, it might have been a bullet, but it might have been glass. So really, where did the glass come from? Or it might have been shrapnel. Where did the shrapnel come from? No, they then said it was a bullet. They just try and do it. It just never ends with these people. They raid Mar-a-Lago. They do things so bad, so bad. Our country is so sick. But they apologize. We accept their apology. So now we have a new candidate to defeat the most incompetent, unpopular, and far-left vice president in American history. That's what she is, the most incompetent, but certainly the most far-left. Together, 4 months from now, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, who a short time ago strongly fought to defund the police and the radical left Democrat Party. We're going to take back that very beautiful White House, and we're going to make America great again, guaranteed, and it's going to go fast. With your vote, I will defend religious liberty in all of its forms. I will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, in our hospitals, and in our public square. And I will also protect other religions. We want that, right? Other religions. And we will bring our country back together, one nation under God. But if radical, liberal Kamala Harris gets in, and by the way, there are numerous ways of saying her name. They were explaining to me, you can say Kamala, you can say Kamala. I said, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter what I say. I couldn't care less if I mispronounce it or not. I couldn't care less. Some people think I mispronounce it on purpose, but actually I've heard it said about 7 different ways. There are a lot of ways. There are a lot of ways. But if radical liberal Kamala Harris gets in, you will have the exact opposite effect. Harris will appoint hundreds of extreme far-left judges to forcibly impose crazy San Francisco liberal values on Americans nationwide. Now, you've seen what's happened to San Francisco. It was the best city maybe in our entire country 15 years ago, and now it's barely livable. That's what and she's the one that started. She was an original defunder. She was a defunder of the police. She said, let's defund the police. She was the first one to start it. But now, of course, she's tough. She did not. They always, one thing about a politician, I guess including me, you always go back to your original thought. Now, my original thoughts were very good. You'll like my original thought. I'm the only one out there that probably got worse. It's true. My original thoughts, you always go back to them. And she went back to them, and she will go back. If she ever got in, she will go back to all of those horrible original thoughts that she had. She'll appoint hardcore Marxists to the Supreme Court to shred our Constitution and all of our religious liberty. She will do that absolutely. She will try as hard as she can to add as many justices as possible to the U.S. Supreme Court. We don't want that to happen, do we? We like our 9 justices the way they are. We don't want to have 17. I've heard numbers 21. 21 sounds like a great number. What about 23? They want to have an odd number. That's the only thing we agree on. In other words, she wants to pack the court, which is their #1 agenda. And we can't let that happen. We're not going to let that happen. We're not going to have anybody added. We're going to do it the way we've done it for many, many years. That's really a stopper. It's a stopper. The Supreme Court. And by the way, you can take a look. There have been many things that have happened over the last few years where there's been great uniformity on things that aren't necessarily conservative, but they did the right thing. That's what's supposed to be happening, and that's what's happened. They've done the right thing, but they can't pack the court. The hordes of illegal aliens storming across our borders will exceed 40 or 50 million by the time they're finished. That's what they want. They want millions. You know, the number, I believe the real number already, or very close, is 20 million people have come across our border. Think of it. Over a very short period of time, with 4 more years of Harris, who was worse than Joe Biden in a true sense and far more liberal, America will be decimated by migrant crime, demolished by fascism, ravaged by rampant inflation, and impoverished by the complete obliteration of American energy. They don't want any fossil fuel no matter what. In other words, good luck. I hope you enjoy walking to work. You know what makes electricity, right? Fossil fuel. They don't understand that. You know, it comes from someplace, right? It comes from fossil fuel. I'm here tonight because we must never let that happen. Our task is to defeat socialism, to defeat Marxism, communism, to defeat the cartels and the criminals and the human traffickers trafficking women. And that means defeating Kamala Harris in a landslide. We want a landslide this November. We want something too big to rig, too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. We cannot let this, I have to say, once great country, but will soon be a great country again. But right now, we don't feel like this is a great country. We're a laughingstock all over the world, but we can't let our country fail. As everyone here understands, the radical left ideology Kamala supports is really militantly hostile toward Americans of faith. And you saw that during the pandemic, where people couldn't get together. Even when they wanted to get together with big spaces outside, they were ravaged. As a senator, she viciously attacked highly qualified judicial nominees simply because they were members of the Knights of Columbus, suggesting that their Catholic faith disqualified them from serving on the federal bench. And I'll tell you something, I don't know, we have a lot of Catholics in here, probably not too many. How many Catholics do we have? Whoa, it's a lot. I don't know how a Catholic can vote for the Democrats, because they're after the Catholics almost as much as they're after me. I would say I top you, I'm proud to admit. But they're really after the Catholics. And, you know, I met today with Bibi Netanyahu, and I will tell you, I asked him a question, and he said he's getting asked that question a lot. I said, how can a Jewish person or a person that loves Israel vote, think of this, vote for these parties? I mean, how can they vote Democrat? How can they vote for these horrible people that want to destroy? But I asked him, how do they vote for Democrats? Everything is negative. Everything, they want to stay in the way. They don't want to have victory. They want to stop you from having victory. They want to put you in jail. They want to persecute you. How does a Jewish person vote for a Democrat? And traditionally, they have. No, traditionally, they have. And we came to the conclusion it's mostly habit, because they have for 50 years. I mean, they have. That's what they've done. But how does a Jewish person vote for a Democrat? How does a Catholic person vote for a Democrat? With what they're doing to Catholics, I just don't get it. Somebody doesn't like Catholics in that administration, and I don't even know who it is. I don't think it's Biden, because I don't think he has any idea what the hell he's doing. I don't think he has any ideas on any subject. Kamala Harris supports California's outrageous new law trampling on parental rights and allowing minors to change their gender without parental notification or consent. Can you imagine? She's in favor of that, by the way. Or she was. She's probably losing. You know, they're losing as much as they can. But remember, a politician always goes back to where they started. Harris wants to forcibly compel doctors and nurses against their will to give chemical castration drugs to young children. You know that, right? She totally supports that. And she supports the Biden-Harris Title IX policy of forcing every public school in America to let men into women's and girls' locker rooms. Can you imagine? It's like, what are we doing? What? You know, the whole world is laughing at us. You do know that, right? We've gone wacko. As president, I will protect the safety and well-being of America's children. I will defend the values of the American family. And above all, I will restore common sense to Washington, D.C., because Republicans, and I said this for the last year, and I think it's so true, we're conservative and all of that stuff. But you know what? We're the party of common sense. Common sense. We want borders. We want security. We want safety. We want good education. We'd like low interest rates. We'd like to be able to buy a house. We want safety, though. We want safety. We want strength. We want wisdom. We don't want to have an electric car where everybody has an electric car that doesn't go far, is made in China, costs too much. And by the way, and I want to thank Elon Musk for endorsing me, by the way, I have to tell you. And I said, you know, Elon, remember, I love electric cars. I think your car is great. I love it. But it's not for everybody. And, you know, he never said to me, look, I'm going to endorse you, but, you know, you have to show. Because I think the electric car and I think the Tesla, I think it's incredible what they've done. But there are other reasons, like sometimes you want to drive long distances. You don't want to stop. You know, in the Midwest, someplace in the Midwest, they put up 8 charging stations. You know that, right? They spent $9 billion. Now, you know what a charging station is? It's like a gas pump. It's the equivalent of a gas pump for electricity, right? It's a little thing. They spend $9 billion. That would mean that if they did it throughout the country, all the locations designated, it would cost $5 trillion, so our country would have to file for bankruptcy. They would have to file bankruptcy protection to build charge. The whole thing is crazy. They want everything to be all electric, but Elon's great. He endorsed me. He said, look, you know, you got to say what you say, and I love the car. I think it's great, and some people love them, and some people want them. But I think if you're going to go long distances, it's a little bit, you're challenged. You're challenged. In my first term, I defended, and like nobody, Christians against hate and bigotry. Nobody did what I did, and Marxist aggression. No president has ever done what I've done for Christians before. I restored religious liberty for doctors, nurses, teachers, and faith groups like the beautiful Little Sisters of the Poor. We defended them very strongly. I stopped the IRS from using the Johnson Amendment. That's that's after Lyndon Johnson, who had a problem with a certain pastor in Houston, didn't like him, so he passed an amendment. It was a disaster. To interfere with pastors' freedom of speech, he wouldn't let pastors even discuss anything having to do with politics, and if they did do that, they'd take away their tax-exempt status. So pastors were afraid because they need the tax-exempt status in order to do what they have to do, and we want to listen to our pastors. We don't want them to be silenced because these pastors are incredible people. That's right. I listen to you. Sometimes I don't listen well enough, though, I will say. You know, Franklin Graham, you probably heard me say this. I said it a couple of times, but he's a great guy and always been a supporter of mine. He was never a supporter of people politically. Probably he can't be, but he was always a supporter, and openly. But he wrote me a letter a few weeks ago. He said, President Trump, I love listening to your stories. You're a great storyteller. That was very nice. He said, but please, if it's possible, it'll be even better. don't use foul language. He told me, please, do away with foul language. If you don't use foul language, it will be even better. And I thought about it, and I tried it for a couple of nights, actually. Actually, it didn't work out so well. It was, you know, when I get to the punchline, I'm ready to use that one word, just one, Franklin, one word. And then I use a politically correct word, and the whole thing just falls flat. But I try. I'm trying, Franklin, I'm telling you. No, he's a good man. He's a good man. I issued guidance making clear that the right to freedom of worship does not end at the door of a public school. We know that. I was the first and only president to convene a meeting at the United Nations to end religious persecution worldwide. That's the first president to do it. They didn't want to get into it. All of these very religious presidents that you've had, you know, religious in quotes, they said, no, we'll pass on that. But I went and I did it, and I was proud to do it. For 4 years, I stood proudly with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. And for them and us, I withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal. We left Iran weak, broke, and unable to fund terror. And we would have had a deal if the election weren't rigged and stolen. We would have had a deal within the first week after the election. Instead, Iran is now a very wealthy country. They were a poor country. I said, nobody can buy from them. If you buy from them, you can't do business with the U.S. And China didn't buy, and nobody bought, and they didn't have the money to give to Hamas and Hezbollah. They had no money. They were broke. A Democrat congressman was on a show called Deface the Nation. Do you know? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deface the Nation. You know, they spend millions of dollars with people to try and build up their name, and then Trump comes up, makes a speech. Look at all the television. Trump comes up, makes a speech, and you go deface the nation. So much for that PR campaign. But it's true. It is a defacing of the nation in many cases. The others are no different. ABC, NBC, CBS, they're all bad. But, you know, we have to bring back an honest press. If we don't bring back honesty in our press, this whole thing is not going to work. But I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. It was a big deal. And got it built for $2 billion under budget. Took an old building and reconverted it for peanuts using Jerusalem stone. A friend of mine said, oh, I love Jerusalem stone. He's in New York. Big, rich guy. Every time I walk into his office, do you know what this is? I know it's Jerusalem stone. You tell me every time, oh, comes from Jerusalem. So now I'm building. I not only wanted to get it going, but I want to build it because I know I can get it built fast. And they had a building already. They were going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a site in Jerusalem. I said, wait a minute, don't we have something? We checked. Yeah, we always do, because we were there a long time ago. We were there sort of first, always by the post office like I did in Washington. If you get a post office, it's always the first building that they put in years ago. It's always the best location. So I said, do we have anything? Yeah. I said, hey, listen to the people. We're going to spend $2 billion on building an embassy. I said, how much do you think we can do it for? We think we can do it for $350,000. So this, really, we're going to take an old building and reconvert it. I said, 300. It's the only time I ever said this. I said, you know, honestly, it's too low. It sounds too cheap. I've never done that before. Usually I say, okay, let's make it 300, right? Let's make it 250. But I said, I think it's too cheap. It sounds terrible. Do it for under 500,000. Yes, sir. I said, any chance we can use Jerusalem stone? A friend of mine says it's very expensive. He goes, absolutely, sir. It's all over the place. We're in Jerusalem. So we built the whole thing out of Jerusalem stone. Can you believe it? And got it done for nothing. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful embassy. And that was the capital of Israel. Every president for decades and decades promised that they were going to do that. Capital of Israel, Jerusalem. But I even got the building built. And we got it built. We had a beautiful opening. I went. It was a beautiful opening. And I had a young lady named Ivanka there. We had our great First Lady there. We had a lot of my children, a lot of my friends. It was a beautiful opening. Remember, it was always going to be a disaster if you do that. And every president was going to do it. They got to the office. They go into the White House. All of a sudden, they get hit by every side. They never did it. They never could get it off. I understand it. There was tremendous pressure not to do it. But I got it done. I got the building built, and it was a great thing. We opened it, and there were no problems, you know? People said there were going to be big problems. There would be bloodshed all over the Middle East. It never happened. It never happened. And we had it recognized, Jerusalem, as the capital of Israel. It was a great thing. It was a great day, actually. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. I never even said I was going to do it. I mean, the fact is, I've done more for Israel by far than any other president, not even close. And with the historic Abraham Accords, as you know, we created peace in the Middle East. Unfortunately, they didn't add any countries to it, but we will. By contrast, Kamala Harris stabbed Israel in the back in its great hour of need. 2 days ago, she refused to attend the speech in Congress of the Prime Minister of Israel. She said, "Oh, I can't make it." There was just a small group of people, but they couldn't make it because that's her original thought. That's where she comes from. She doesn't like Jewish people. She doesn't like Israel. That's the way it is, and that's the way it's always going to be. She's not going to change. Together with Joe Biden, she gave billions and billions of dollars to Iran and Hamas to fund their campaigns of terror. She gave them billions of dollars. They were broke. Remember, when I left, they were broke. There were stories that Hamas is out of business, Hezbollah is out of business. They were broke. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. The attack on Ukraine by Russia would have never happened. I spoke to President Putin often about it. It was the apple of his eye. He would have never done it. Wouldn't have done it. I said, "You'll never do it." He would have never done it. It was only after I left that armies started aligning the border with Ukraine, armies. And I said, "Oh, he's just negotiating. He'll never do it." But he did it. He did it because we had a weak president. He did it also because our move out of Afghanistan was so incompetently done. And I think when he saw the way we did that, he said, "Wow, this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with." But they weren't a paper tiger with me. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks instead of 5 years. It was supposed to take 5 years, 4 weeks. Within days of the heinous October 7th attack on Israel, Kamala Harris praised the anti-Israel protesters. You saw that, right? She praised them. She betrayed America's ally and sided with the radical fringe of her party, only for political gain, maybe for personal gain, I don't know. And this week, many of those Kamala Harris supporters burned American flags in the heart of our nation's capital and desecrated our monuments. Did you see? They sprayed very powerful spray paint into limestone. Magnificent, the lions, the bells, you saw it. And you know, when that gets into limestone, you never really get it out. You'll see it in 100 years from now. They desecrated. And by the way, January 6th, well, what's happening to these people that have done serious damage? Have they been arrested? Are they in jail now, like the January 6th hostages? And when are they letting them out? You know, we had a great Supreme Court ruling 4 weeks ago that really should let most of them out. When are they coming out? They're still there. When are they coming out? Unlike liberal Kamala, I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror. You have to support that. Got to win, got to finish it off. And instead of pandering to the jihad sympathizers and America-hating radicals, we will deport them. We will deport them very quickly. We have no choice. And they understand that. They understand that. I have many friends in the Middle East, many great friends in the Middle East. They understand it. In my next term, I will once again appoint rock-solid conservative judges who will protect religious liberty and not let Marxist lunatics rewrite our Constitution. In my first 4 years, we will totally transform the federal bench, appointing nearly, remember this, I appointed nearly 300 judges to defend the law and the Constitution as written. I defended this law, this Constitution. Then they say, oh, he is not for democracy. I took a bullet for democracy. He didn't. And I might have taken it because of their rhetoric. Who knows? I withstood vicious attacks to pick and confirm 3 great...
Okay, we have been watching former President Donald Trump's speech last night at Turning Point Action in Southeast Florida. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you out to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, outside of Harrisburg, for a Harris rally there. Now, if you want to watch the balance of the former President Donald Trump speech last night at Turning Point USA, the Believers Summit, you can watch that on our YouTube channel. So taking a quick break, we'll be right back with a lot more breaking news coverage, live events and stories from coast to coast and around the world on your Saturday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 10:12 on the East Coast, 7:12 out west on your Saturday morning, July 27th. Lots of headlines, breaking news stories to tell you about for your Saturday, and I hope you're off to a great start. I'm Keith Landry, taking a live look right now. This is a live look in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. It's rural Pennsylvania. It's about 20 miles outside Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And we're giving you this live look right now because Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is campaigning for Vice President Harris for president in Pennsylvania. Shapiro has arrived on the scene here. This is part of the Harris campaign's Weekend of Action volunteer kickoff program. So they're out in rural Pennsylvania. We'll be talking about issues that are they hope will resonate with voters across America and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a swing state. It's one of those 6 or 7 states that really most likely will decide who becomes president of the United States. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just sit back, pot up the sound a little bit for you, capture the essence of this event before Governor Shapiro speaks. Let's listen in for a few minutes, and then I'll add a little more color as we go.
What is fair? We walk the line and try to see.
Okay, so right now they're just sort of entertaining the crowd, warming up the crowd. It was just a few minutes ago when we saw Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro arrive on the scene, photographers stepping up to the car to get some pictures of him. And at this scene, we have the crowd. They've got their Harris for President signs. You can see to the right of the screen the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania blue flag there. And again, this is part of the Harris campaign's Weekend of Action volunteer kickoff program. And Shapiro is on the short list of potential running mates for Kamala Harris, one of 5 or 6 that are sort of the front runners in that Veep stakes, as they say. He has a good track record of working with Republicans in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He would become the first Jewish vice president of the United States if put on the ticket and elected. So we did bring you his endorsement of Kamala Harris a little bit earlier this morning, right here on Live Now from Fox. He was in Philadelphia yesterday, where he joined Philadelphia union leaders to endorse the current vice president of the United States. I can tell you that former President Donald Trump, after meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday at Mar-a-Lago and trying to sort of cement and rejuvenate the relationship between those two men, former President Trump speaks in Minnesota at 8 p.m. Eastern in a suburb of St. Cloud. He'll be joined by his new running mate, JD Vance, as they make, their second or third appearance together as a ticket, as we approach the 2-week anniversary of the attempted assassination on Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we have learned that the Trump campaign has announced that he intends to go back to Butler, Pennsylvania to hold a rally there again at the location, or not the location per se, but in the city where somebody tried to kill him. Let's take a quick break now, and then we'll bring you Josh Shapiro after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 10:18 on the East Coast, 7:18 out west on your Saturday morning. We are taking you live right now to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, about 20 miles outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where a crowd is gathered for a Harris rally. And Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is campaigning on behalf of Harris for president today. He's on the scene. Speakers are speaking now. We're going to take you there now and listen in as the speakers introduce the governor of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who is on the short list to be a potential vice presidential pick for Kamala Harris. On the other side of this break, Josh Breslow, my colleague, will be picking up the coverage for you for the next few hours. Let's listen in, taking you to Carlisle, Pennsylvania live for this Harris campaign event, 20 miles outside Harrisburg. Let's listen in.
The President of the United States of America. That's right. Oh, wow. Should have left a paperclip on these. But in order to make that happen, I need the help of every single person standing here today. In the 2020 presidential election, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by only 5 votes per precinct. That means every time you come out to volunteer with us, every phone call you make, every door you knock could make the difference to Kamala Harris winning the state of Pennsylvania. Electing Vice President Harris will not only ensure that the freedom we have today is protected, but it will ensure the preservation of these freedoms for generations to come. So I ask you, Cumberland County, are you on board? Awesome. I would now like to introduce Rick Coplin, an Army veteran, Carlisle School Board Director, and our host and owner of Rendezvous Run Farm. Thank you. Thank you, Rick.
Great job. All right. Good morning. Yes, I am Rick Copeland, and I'm honored to welcome you to the Copeland family slice of Pennsylvania paradise. We call it Rendezvous Run Farm, and you're all welcome, and you're welcome to come back. I'll give you a bit of historical context. The barn behind me was built in pre-revolutionary America. Soon, the massive beams inside that barn will be 300 years old, older than our own country. This barn is a reminder that Pennsylvania was the birthplace of our democracy. And it's a reminder that we, the people of this state, will be the force that saves democracy this November. Yes, we will. We know very well what's on the ballot this year, but it is worth repeating. It's our daughters' fundamental right to choose what happens to their own bodies. It's a thriving middle class, good-paying jobs, and an economy that works for all of us, not just the wealthy few. It's affordable health care, child care, and education. And it's the democracy that my wife and I proudly defended as combat and peacekeeping veterans for many years across the globe. Speaking of veterans, I'd like to invite everyone to be here on Saturday, August 10th at 10 a.m. for a rally and canvass by Veterans United for Democracy. You're all welcome to be here. The enormous stakes of this election at all levels have brought us out early this morning, and I understand now 8,000 people across this great Commonwealth. Okay? The energy right now is palpable. This weekend alone, again, 8,000 plus people across this great Commonwealth are knocking doors, calling voters, organizing to elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. We've put our faith in Kamala Harris because she's not just a fighter, she is a winner. She is a winner. And she's going to win again in November. Throughout her career, she has taken this country's worst crooks, abusers, and cheaters. She's taken them on and taken them down. Donald Trump and James David Vance are nothing she hadn't seen and taken down before. Most importantly, Kamala Harris will keep Trump's radical Project 2025 far, far away from Pennsylvania and all of America. She's going to be the leader who keeps us from going backwards. You got it. Kamala Harris will fight for Pennsylvania. We must fight for Kamala Harris right now. We must not only ensure that Kamala Harris wins, but that she wins decisively, convincingly. There must never be another January 6, 2021. That was another day that will forever live in infamy in American history. Brought to us by the worst president in the history of the United States, Donald John Trump. Agreed. Aided and abetted by Scott Perry and their misguided MAGA friends. Nope, that's never happening again. Now it's my honor to introduce Pennsylvania's greatest defender of democracy that works for all of us. But I want to tell you, if my mother were here, she would say in her native tongue, if I can get this out, un buen hombre, un buen hombre, a good man. Un hombre de acción, a man of action, con un gran corazón, with a very big heart. You know him well, our beloved governor, Josh Shapiro.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. All right. Cumberland County, you look darn good this morning. It is good to be on our farmlands because Pennsylvania is going to be won by Democrats up and down the ballot on farmlands across Pennsylvania. It's people in these communities that are going to make Patty Kim our next state senator. And I know this well from experience, Cumberland County, y'all are going to be the center of the political universe and make sure we make Hakeem Jeffries the next Speaker of the House of Representatives when we elect Janelle Stelson to the U.S. Congress. And let me just tell you about Janelle. She is a trusted voice. She is someone we can rely on to deliver for our community. And she is someone who is working her tail off for the people. Contrast that with the guy who's been in there for a while. A guy who on the night of January 6th, even after witnessing the mob who tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power, he, your congressman, the person who claims to represent this area, rose to the floor of the House of Representatives, stood in the well of the House, and tried to take away your vote, tried to limit your freedom, tried to actually claim that the ballot that returned him to Congress counted, but all the other ones didn't. This is a guy who's brought shame to this community and shame to our democracy. Just about a week ago, I had the chance to stand with that soon-to-be Senator Kim and Secretary Buttigieg and others on the banks of the Susquehanna. We were talking about the new I-83 South Bridge, an incredibly important artery that takes about 200,000 cars and trucks every day. A bridge that's been in desperate need of repair, which, by the way, is going to put a whole lot of union trades folks to work every single day when that gets repaired. You don't have to be from downtown Harrisburg to know that bridge was in desperate need of repair. And thanks to President Biden, Vice President Harris, we got the largest federal investment in our infrastructure history in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to rebuild that road, despite the fact that Scott Perry voted against it because he doesn't care about this community. Because when people in this community say what they need, he turns a blind eye to them, and instead he chases the fringe down the road in a way that makes us all less safe, less prosperous, and undermines our democracy. Are you with me to elect Janelle to the U.S. Congress? I know you got the power to do that, because I've seen what you did for me. And so I just want to take a minute of personal privilege here to say thank you. Thank you to Cumberland County for giving me the opportunity, the highest honor to serve as the 48th governor of this great Commonwealth. To give me the opportunity to serve all Pennsylvanians and to do so in a way that stays true, yes, to our democracy, but to also 3 simple letters, GSD. We focus on getting stuff done for the good people of Pennsylvania. We figured out a way to bring Republicans and Democrats together to make the largest investment in public education in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Investing in public safety and seeing record low crime levels across the board. Investing in economic opportunity because we believe here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, everyone, no matter what they look like, where they come from, who they love or who they pray to, should have the freedom to chart their own course and the opportunity to succeed. We've stood tall every single day defending your fundamental freedoms. And every single day, I've put people before the powerful. I learned that from all of you. I learned that from the conversations we had in your living rooms and on our farmlands and in our coffee shops. I learned from you what is necessary to be able to deliver for the good people of Pennsylvania. You know who else I learned that from? From a good friend of mine for nearly 20 years, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Because listen, she is someone who has always been for the people. I knew her when she was a courtroom prosecutor. And let me tell you something, she is tough as nails. Tough as nails. We've seen her stand up for victims. We've seen her stand up for those who have been harmed. We've seen her stand up and do what is right. We saw it in the courtroom. We've also seen it in the halls of power. When she was Attorney General, she took on the big banks. She took on the big pharmaceutical companies. And every single fight she was in, she won on behalf of the people. She went to the United States.
All right, it does look like that feed is having a little issue there. We are getting it from our affiliate out there. And once we do get Governor Josh Shapiro back, we will make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:31 on the East Coast and 7:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I keep looking down to see if that feed does resume. It looks like it is popping back up. No promises, though, that it won't mess up again. If it does, we will head to a commercial break.
7th President of the United States. At every step of the way, Kamala Harris has fought for freedom. She has fought for opportunity, and she has delivered results. Now, let me tell you something. That's a hell of a contrast with the guy she's running against, Donald Trump. By the way, did you see? Trump even knows this. You can tell because now he's afraid to debate her. Did you see that? And by the way, he's not just afraid to debate her because he knows she's going to kick his ass in the debate. She is a skilled debater. But he's afraid to debate her because he's afraid of his record. He's afraid of having to defend a record that has been really dangerous and destructive. Let's examine the record. When Donald Trump was president for 4 years, we all lived in a state of chaos. Y'all remember that? And if you don't remember that, or your friends and neighbors don't remember that, remind them. He brought chaos to what he did every single day. He brought chaos to our living rooms, chaos to our lives. We had to look around wondering every day, what was this guy going to do next? What freedom was he going to rip away? What alliance was he going to break? What promise wasn't he going to keep? That level of chaos infected this country in negative ways. That level of chaos harmed our standing, not just here domestically, but all throughout the world. And he had a plan when he was president. Now, he wasn't very good at it back then, but he did have a plan, and he was able to deliver on at least one promise. And one promise he made was that he was going to rip away the freedom of millions of women across this country to be able to make decisions over their own bodies. He packed the Supreme Court, and they ripped away our fundamental freedoms. Now, we've got governors like me, Gretchen Whitmer, and other great governors across this country who have fought to defend the right for women to be able to make decisions over their own bodies in our states. But here in Pennsylvania, even though your right to choose will always be protected so long as I'm your governor, we have witnessed the impact of Donald Trump ripping away the freedoms of millions of women across this country. In Western Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, there are 2 clinics that perform abortions. They have been overrun with women coming from Ohio and West Virginia, especially West Virginia, where women no longer can exercise the right to choose. Now, we've made this a safe place for women to come to be able to access the full range of reproductive health care. But women in those states have lost their fundamental freedoms. Thank God they live near Pennsylvania. And make no mistake, if we give Donald Trump the keys to the White House again, he and his running mate will try to pass a national abortion ban. We can't let them, and Kamala Harris won't. But it's not just on rights and freedoms. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump did as president. Fewer people went to work in Pennsylvania when he was president. Sure, he talked a good game about bringing back jobs to communities that have been hollowed out, but he failed to deliver every step of the way. There's not one community where he was able to help bring back jobs that he promised. Fewer people went to work. More middle-class folks paid higher taxes, and costs rose on Donald Trump's watch. He was a failure when it came to freedom, and he was a failure when it came to the economic progress in this Commonwealth and in this country. He worked hard to try and take away your health care and promises to do it again. Think about this for a minute. 1.2 million of our fellow Pennsylvanians get their health care through Obamacare. You can cheer for Obamacare. Obama does care, by the way. So does Biden, and so does Harris. And so do Democrats. We care about people's health care. We care about the quality of your health care, and we care about those health care workers that are out there doing those jobs every single day. And yet Donald Trump has promised, if he's given the opportunity again, to rip away health care for 1.2 million Pennsylvanians. Kamala Harris has a plan to not just protect Obamacare, but to expand access to health care, to do like we're doing here in Pennsylvania, to reduce the costs of prescription drugs and reduce the cost of health care in this Commonwealth. Listen, gang, we saw what he did before. He's told us what he wants to do again. Wasn't it Maya Angelou who said, when someone tells you who they are, believe them? The first time, that's exactly right, you know. He's told us what he wants to do. And he tried to do it last time. Now here's where it gets real dangerous. The last time, when he got in there, he didn't really know what the hell he was doing. He had dangerous ideas, but he didn't exactly know how to carry them forth. Think about how much more dangerous it is right now. He packed the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of the United States just ruled that he is literally above the law, that the laws don't apply to him anymore. The guardrails that protected all of us before from Donald Trump, those guardrails are gone. That's dangerous. That should scare the hell out of every single Pennsylvanian, every single American. Here's where it gets even more dangerous. He's told us what he wants to do. Y'all go crack open that Project 2025. That is chock full of some crazy ideas, some dangerous ideas, but ideas that he plans to carry forth if he's given the keys to the White House again. Ideas that are going to rip away more of your fundamental freedoms. Ideas where he is going to use the Department of Justice to attack people who don't think like him. use the police and the military not to defend our rights, but to undermine our fundamental rights. Gang, this is scary. An unhinged former president with no guardrails thanks to the Supreme Court and a blueprint that he literally wrote down of the dangerous and destructive things he wants to do for this nation. That's scary. But I got to tell you something. I'm not down. I'm not worried. I'm optimistic. My glass is half full, and I'll tell you why. Because of Kamala Harris and all of you. You see, I'm optimistic because I've seen the great spirit of Pennsylvanians. And you all the epicenter of this battle. You all have been battle tested. And you've been battle tested for 248 years. I want you to think about it. And listen, Rick, these pillars in here could probably tell these stories that I'm about to tell. 248 years ago, patriots just a few miles from here in Philadelphia, they gathered in our taverns and our town squares, and they sought a better future for people here. They sought a place where they would be free from kings, and instead they would be able to determine their own futures. A place of self-determination and a place of real freedom. A place where people could band together and determine their future course. They gathered in town halls and town squares, and they taught us a lesson that we as Pennsylvanians and Americans have understood for generations since then, over the last 2.5 centuries. At every step in our American story, we've gotten better. We've gotten stronger. We've given the right to vote to women. We've respected all people, no matter where they come from and what they look like. Everyone can marry who they love today in America. The progress that we have made in this nation, it's not always been made by people with titles next to their name or people who occupy offices. Instead, the progress that we have made has been made by ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice, looking out for a brighter future for them and their neighbors. That is the Pennsylvania way, and we are now being called upon again to do this work, to fight for real freedom, to stand up for what is right, to elect Kamala Harris as our next president. When folks gathered in those taverns and bars and on those town squares, and as they gathered today on TikTok and online, don't all laugh at TikTok. That's an important place to gather. Am I right, Emily? There you go. But when they gathered, there was an authenticity to who they were and who we are today. And I'll tell you who we're not. We are not who Donald Trump wants to say we are. This guy every single day goes out and attacks America. He goes out every day and insults us, picks people apart, tries to create others amongst us. That is not who we are. It's not who we've been, and it's not who we want to be. This guy, I mean, literally, I've seen him do this. It's the weirdest thing. He'll go and like literally hug an American flag. Now, I love the flag, but I mean, it's like weird what he does, right? And while he's hugging the American flag, he's devising plans to tear it up and to take away our freedoms. We know that well here in Carlisle, Rick. He pronounces to care about freedom. Well, let me tell you something. It's not freedom to tell our kids what books they're allowed to read. That's not freedom. Trump claims to care about freedom, but let me tell you something. It ain't freedom to tell people they're not allowed to join a union. Here in Pennsylvania and all across America, you should be able to join a union. It's not freedom to tell women what they're allowed to do with their bodies. That's not freedom. It's not freedom to tell two people who are in love who they're allowed to marry. I say love is love. And it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he's going to pick the winner. That's not freedom. And that is not who we are. We support something called real freedom. Exactly what Kamala Harris has been fighting for her whole career. Real freedom where we invest in that young child because we believe in our children. We make sure they've got great public schools to go to. That is real freedom. Real freedom where we invest in police and we invest in our community groups because we want that child to walk to and from school safely every day and return to his mama at the end of the night. Real freedom where that child grows up and gets a union apprenticeship and goes to be a welder because we know working with your hands is something respectful that we need to honor in this country. Real freedom where you live in a beautiful community where you can worship where you want and marry who you love and live the way you want in real freedom, the kind of real freedom that Kamala Harris is fighting for every day. This, my friends, this is an election about real freedom, an election with clear contrast, and an election that now falls in your hands. As it's
All right, you were listening there to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, one of several names on the short list for Kamala Harris's running mate, speaking live there over in Carlisle, Pennsylvania at a Kamala Harris event. The time now 10:46 on the East Coast and 7:46 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick break, but we'll get to some developing news coming in here in just about 2 minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:48 on the East Coast and 7:48 on the West Coast. Today does mark 2 weeks since that assassination attempt against former President Trump while he was speaking at a rally in Pennsylvania. New information continues to develop about exactly what happened and what Trump does intend to do moving forward. I do want to bring in CB Cotton with Fox News, joining us live with the latest developments. Good morning, as always, CB. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Hi, good morning, Josh. Thanks for having me. In so many ways, it's hard to believe that it's been 2 weeks since the assassination attempt here in Butler, Pennsylvania, and former President Donald Trump has now said he plans on returning here to honor everyone who was impacted in the shooting, to include retired firefighter Corey Comparator, who of course was killed, and those 2 other men who were seriously injured. And now the Washington Post was the first outlet to report that Donald Trump has been advised, or it's been suggested to him at least, that he should steer clear of holding outdoor rallies. But this morning, the former president on Truth Social saying he plans to keep holding them. He wrote, quote, "I will continue to do outdoor rallies, and Secret Service has agreed to substantially step up their operation. They're very capable of doing so. No one can ever be allowed to stop or impede free speech or gathering." This after, again, Trump survived an assassination attempt when gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks got off 8 shots with an AR-style rifle in just a few seconds before he was shot and killed by a Secret Service counter sniper. Our own analysis of the rally site reveals Crooks may have tried to give himself an upper hand over those counter snipers, positioning himself on the roof of the AGR building in an area where he would be mostly concealed by trees. We know he scoped out the rally site with a drone 3 times before the shooting, and now the FBI confirming its own assessment of Trump's injuries, writing in part, quote, "What struck former President Trump in the ear was a bullet, whether whole or fragmented into smaller pieces, fired from the deceased subject's rifle." This statement following FBI Director Chris Wray's congressional testimony this week, where he made this suggestion.
With respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear.
And it appears Director Wray was trying to suggest that Trump was hit by either a whole bullet, smaller fragments of a bullet, or other debris entirely. His remark sparked a lot of outrage, particularly among some Republican lawmakers. The former White House physician, Trump's former White House physician, even called on the congressional record to be corrected. And we also know this prompted a lot of conversation about Trump's injuries among the media. Several outlets did their own analysis of the assassination attempt. The Washington Post spoke to a trauma surgeon who said after his own review, it appears Trump was indeed grazed by a bullet. But I can tell you, Josh, after speaking with several people in this community, they feel the distinction doesn't matter. The most important thing to focus on is the fact that Trump survived and what can be done moving forward to prevent this from happening again. A lot of people still demanding accountability from the Secret Service in this community and really across the entire nation. Josh.
And of course, he does say that he'll hold those outdoor rallies, as you mentioned, with that extra Secret Service security. So it is good news to hear there. I did want to ask you, CB, where does the FBI investigation stand now and where does it move next?
Great question, Josh. So we know from a federal source that former President Trump is cooperating with the FBI's ongoing investigation. And those next steps include doing a sit-down interview with Trump himself to get a victim impact statement. This is standard protocol with any criminal investigation. But of course, a lot of people are monitoring what is taking place and what's being done to ensure some type of accountability happens after this. So that's what we know right now from federal sources, is that they're gearing up to do a sit-down interview with Trump himself. Back to you.
All right. CB Cotton there with Fox News. As always, thank you so much for joining us live with the latest. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everybody, the time is now 10:53 over on the East Coast and 7:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but we'll get right back into your headlines, breaking news, and live events on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back out live to this image that we do have out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. A bit earlier, you were hearing from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who is on the short list as a possible running mate for Kamala Harris. There's no word on when she will make that selection, but a lot of people are just waiting to see exactly what happens ahead of the Democratic National Convention. We did bring you those comments in full from Governor Shapiro just moments ago. In the meantime, want to get into some of the other developments here as Vice President Kamala Harris is now facing a challenge to win the support of big labor. President Biden billed himself as the most pro-union president in history, and his designated replacement on the ticket could face some resistance. Grady Trimble with Fox Business Network does have the latest for us. He filed this report.
Now that the self-proclaimed most pro-union president in history is out of the 2024 race, Vice President Kamala Harris is trying to appeal to the same union workers.
Donald Trump and his extreme allies want to take our nation back to failed trickle-down economic policies, back to union busting.
But some labor unions that endorse President Biden are hesitant to back his replacement. Biden visited the United Auto Workers picket lines last year. That union is calling Harris an ally, but has so far stopped short of giving her its endorsement. Past political support of unions is playing a role in the Veep stakes, too. The Transport Workers Union, which endorsed Biden, is holding off on backing Harris until she names a running mate. One of the frontrunners, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, has previously expressed concerns about certain pieces of pro-labor legislation that he now says he supports.
He's under pressure, so what does he do? He changes his position.
The latest Fox News poll of Midwest swing states shows Harris with a 6-point lead among union households in Michigan, and it's even wider in Minnesota. But in Wisconsin, union households go for Trump by 2 points.
There has been a steady bleed from the Democrats of blue-collar Americans. They need to figure out what the rubric is that's pissing off blue-collar America.
One of the biggest unions in the country could withhold its endorsement altogether.
Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party.
Fresh off that successful speech at last week's RNC, Teamsters President Sean O'Brien is still waiting for an invite to speak at next month's DNC. And the UAW says its executive board will meet soon to discuss whether to endorse Harris. In Washington, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
All right, Grady, thank you so much. 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. Do want to get back into the headlines at this hour here. Former President Trump says the conflicts in the Middle East could escalate into, quote, the Third World War if he loses the election. Trump made the remarks at his Mar-a-Lago resort as he met with Israel's Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. The Republican presidential nominee appears to be taking on Vice President Kamala Harris in November after President Biden announced he would not run for re-election. Trump told reporters that hopefully he wins the election because if not, quote, you're going to end up with major wars in the Middle East and maybe a third world war. He added, quote, you are closer to a third world war right now than at any time since the Second World War. Both Harris and Trump met with Netanyahu this week while he was in the U.S. I do want to talk about that and the latest developments out of the Middle East, so let's bring in a friend of the show here, Dr. Asaf Romarowski, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you, as always, for having me.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you about those comments that Trump did make to reporters as he was meeting with Netanyahu about the, quote, Third World War. What do you make of all of that?
Well, look, we are in the height of the presidential campaign. I think that the Middle East is always going to be a volatile state. It is true that I do believe that we are heading into a series of cycles, to be clear, as far as where Israel is going with these war on several fronts. And all of this really, as we've spoken in the past, relate to the larger axis of Iran. Whether or not and what Trump will do when it comes to dealing with the Iranians, obviously we can only base it on his past actions. Positively, he of course cut off, the 2015 JCPOA and turned that around. There was a little bit more deterrence, but the Middle East is evolving, and again, it's not necessarily clear that whether or not that he will be in office or Harris, how that will impact necessarily. Of course, it will impact U.S. actions as far as our allies. That being said, the wars in the region, I think, are going to continue independent of who is in the White House. I think the bigger question relates to the fact is who is going to give the most amount of deterrence as it relates to U.S. stance in the region at large. And that, I think, is something that we need to restore. My hope is, of course, that we have a much stronger deterrent when it comes to our adversaries in the region, especially when it comes to Iran. And there needs to be serious consequences. So to that end, we need a much stronger stance. And Trump has shown that he's been extremely positive on that. Yet to be seen. Again, he also was not happy with Netanyahu when Netanyahu congratulated Biden when he was elected. So yet to be seen. Again, we're in the midst of this larger campaign. A lot can happen between now and November. What is similar to both candidates, I would say, and that has come out from both Harris and from Trump, is that they do want to see an end, or at least a game plan for what the day after tomorrow looks like. And that is consistent with both parties. And I think that the Israelis need to figure out exactly how they want to present that and what that will look like.
And I want to talk about that because the day before Trump met with Netanyahu, he said to his supporters that Israel needed to quickly finish up the war. And then after meeting with Netanyahu, Kamala Harris said basically the same thing. And we know Netanyahu did get pretty upset with Harris for her comments, saying that it's possible this could impact the ceasefire hostage release deal in some way. One of these two people could be the next U.S. president. So is that concerning for Israel and for Netanyahu that they are making essentially the same comment?
Well, it's definitely concerning to Israel, and they need the United States. They need the U.S.-Israel relationship to work. Historically speaking, the root cause and the centerpiece of U.S.-Israel relations has been based on bipartisan ties. Clearly, that's not been easy to maintain over the past few years. And I would argue even that since Obama was in office, there was a lot of an erosion of airing the dirty laundry. The crux of, or really the centerpiece of how the U.S.-Israel relationship works has been based on what is known in foreign policy as the no daylight concept, the idea that allies could have grievances, they could have issues, but they can work them out in-house. Over the past few years, we've seen presidents, including Obama, including Biden, and now Harris, in her candidacy, the presumptive nominee, are airing a lot of dirty laundry on the Israelis with the idea of putting out pressure. Again, it's not only been consistent to Democrats, Republicans have also had airing dirty laundry as a way to put on pressure on the Israelis. Again, it depends on the personality, the tact, and the psychology that plays out into all of this. What upset Netanyahu and Harris's comments in particular was the fact that she focused a great deal on the suffering of the civilian population without taking into consideration exactly what's going on as far as the hostages, as far as exactly what the Israelis are doing, and the steps that they've been taking, serious steps to maintain the integrity of the civilian population. That caught Netanyahu off guard, and that's where a lot of the upset came from the Netanyahu camp following her remarks.
I do want to pop this video up on the screen right here. It's been circulating over the past several days because we saw fires that were set to American flags, vandalism to monuments there in D.C. during Netanyahu's trip. Does that say anything about the state, the current state here, of the U.S.-Israel relationship?
Oh, it clearly does. I mean, these kind of symbols, which is, again, horrific, and there needs to be serious consequences. This is exactly what we saw at the end of the spring semester on American college campuses. You are seeing here flying of flags of PLO flags, Hamas flags, actual terrorist flags flown in front of Union Square, in front of Union Station, where they are burning American flags. These are anarchists. They're anti-American, they're anti-Semitic, and there needs to be serious consequences to all this kind of activity, squashing this down. I mean, this should not be happening any way, shape, or form. But it is quite telling about the sentiment and the reality of the progressive flank of the Democratic Party, which they are looking towards Harris to uphold, and the kind of reaction that they're seeing in Washington and the way that they have depicted and seen Benjamin Netanyahu. There is no whatsoever excuse for this kind of behavior, and both parties should want to crack down on this kind of active terrorism. The groups that are out there, including groups like the American Muslims for Palestine, Code Pink, ceasefire groups and others, they have been the same kind of individuals that were involved in the encampments. And to my mind, when these patterns repeat themselves, we're going to see a lot more of this as we go into the DNC in Chicago and the plans that are going to lay out there in less than a month with the same kind of activism. And this needs to be stopped.
Talking a little bit more about the potential for a ceasefire hostage release deal. This is a topic that you and I have discussed, I would say, quite a bit over the last several months, especially, of course, since October 7th itself. So my question for you right now, we know that Israeli media, many of the different outlets there, are reporting that the ceasefire deal is once again in jeopardy, so to speak, because of new demands that are being placed by Netanyahu. Do we know if that's really the case, and do we have any idea what those demands could actually be?
Not clear yet. There's a lot of talk about what's coming in and out. What has been clear is that the hostage bodies that were found now were actually found in the tunnels in the area of the safe zones where the civilian population was told to go to. So clearly they are, the integrity of those areas and the fact that Hamas has been still controlling the area is still taking place. As we speak, the IDF is now in Gaza, in the areas of Han Yunis, an area that they have been before, but going back to. Again, as the IDF continues to move along into Gaza, even the areas that they have cleansed are still rearming themselves. What is clear, and the demand has been from Netanyahu, which I think is the ongoing demand, is maintaining the security and the safety of what is known as the Philadelphia route. That Philadelphia route is exactly the border and where the tunnels are with the Egyptians. And so you got to maintain that security. And the other demand that has come out of Netanyahu and his people was basically, again, to my point before, is how do you maintain the fact that there will not be rearmament of the northern part of Gaza as the Israelis go in and they continue to fight these areas and these tunnels and where Hamas is located, with the sole goal, of course, of trying to rescue hostages and deal with the military concerns that they've had all along as rockets continue to come in, and they're finding more and more bodies, which again is the psychological warfare and the main concern that the hostage families have. That time is indeed at the essence, and this kind of that the more and more time goes by, the more they are at risk of not being able to bring their family, their loved ones, alive and safe. And that's a really psychological mind game that they're playing with the Israelis. And Hamas knows that. This is Hamas's lifeline, and this is their life insurance. And they have time on their side, whereas the families, here we are almost 9 months and almost 10 months into the war itself, and they have not seen resolution for what is a critical and an emotional and a stressful issue for Israeli society at large, but in particular to the hostage families.
I want to ask you what might seem like kind of a random question, but as you know, the Olympics are now going on. So in ancient Greece, when the Olympic Games did take place, we know that all worldwide conflict was supposed to come to an end, any kind of armed conflict during the time of the Games. And the UN chief has called for that to happen here over in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. My question, though, is that in any way realistic?
It's idealistic. I would like to think so. I mean, what is telling for the Israelis that these games are, of course, on the anniversary of the 1972 Munich elections, where you had, again, hostage takeover during the Olympics. You had Black September, an affiliate of the PLO, killing Israeli athletes. That has been a traumatic and a tragic event that keeps in the minds of Israelis. One of the things that was not that the Olympic team was not the Israeli Olympic team was not allowed to wear were hostage pins. So you did see that the swim team were able to, in one of their exercises, spell out "Bring home the hostages." I think that the Olympics are indeed a symbolic and symbolism that you can have a farewell to arms and coming together and whatnot. But on the other hand, you've also seen attacks at the Paris train station. You've seen some significant growth of anti-Semitism in Europe. So while all the games are taking place and the idealism that we would like to have happen going back to ancient Greece, politics and populism and radicalism are indeed driving a lot of the tenor, even at the Olympic Games.
All right, Dr. Asaf Romarowski, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, a lot more I'm sure will be discussed as things evolve and change on a daily and hourly basis, but I appreciate the time as always.
Of course, thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have here at 11:12 on the East Coast and 8:12 on the West Coast. This is one of those great shots over in New York City. It is right outside the Fox studios. You can see the American flag there blowing in the wind. You also have this shot of the White House fairly close up. You can see some activity there right out front. Let's head to a quick break now at 11:12 on the East Coast and 8:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 11:14 on the East Coast and 8:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you out to this beautiful shot here of the White House in D.C. as we get to some of the big stories that we are covering this morning. And we do know that the first Fox News polling since President Biden's withdrawal from the campaign indicates in a handful of key battleground states the Harris honeymoon effect, as it's being called. And this comes as the vice president won the endorsement of perhaps the most influential Democrats who are still holding out. Fox's senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy breaks down all of the numbers for us.
Nice jacket. Nice jacket.
The Kamala Harris path to 270 is similar to Joe Biden's. They both need Pennsylvania. And right now, Democrats in that state are slightly more motivated to vote in November. And in battleground Michigan, voters prioritizing immigration are breaking for Trump by nearly a 9-to-1 margin. But 83% of voters there prioritizing abortion prefer Harris, compared to just 15% for Trump. In Wisconsin, similar splits. Voters worried about the economy and immigration, like Trump. Voters worried about abortion, like Harris. Across all the battlegrounds in the new Fox surveys, Kamala Harris has a higher favorability rating in Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She and Trump have the same favorability in Michigan. And these numbers came before she was endorsed by Michelle Obama.
My girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
And Barack Obama.
Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you.
Some candidates for Harris running mate, not shy about it. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says, no matter what the future holds, Kentucky is my home. That will never change because I'm one proud Kentuckian. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, slightly more guarded about his chances.
I quickly offered her my endorsement. We spoke only about that, and we have not spoken since.
But energized Democrats should exercise some caution because it's early.
I have to be the skunk at the garden party. I think the vice president, put it in athletic terms, needs a really good cut man in a corner because she's getting ready to get cut.
Across all the battleground states we polled, the percentage of voters who agree with President Biden's decision to drop out is in the 70s and 80s. That's far more than the percentage of voters who think that now he must resign. That's down in the 30s. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Peter, thank you so much. Another story that we brought you as breaking news as it was all developing, and we do have a bit of an update for you right now. Take a look at your screen. 2 alleged leaders of one of Mexico's most notorious drug cartels now in American custody. Fox's Madeline Rivera in Washington with more on what could be a major blow to the Sinaloa cartel.
Fentanyl is the deadliest drug threat our country has ever faced.
Attorney General Merrick Garland underscoring the seriousness of the drug epidemic sweeping across the United States as he announces the arrest of 2 key leaders of the notorious Sinaloa drug cartel, Ismael Zambada Garcia, known as El Mayo, and Joaquin Guzman Lopez.
Both men are facing multiple charges in the United States for leading the cartel's criminal operations.
El Mayo, one of the cartel's alleged co-founders and long sought after by U.S. law enforcement, was unknowingly lured to the U.S. on a private plane Thursday under false pretenses by Guzman Lopez, the son of the cartel's other co-founder, El Chapo. The Sinaloa cartel is one of the most powerful and violent drug trafficking organizations in Mexico, responsible for distributing fentanyl, cocaine, and other drugs throughout the United States and Europe.
This capture is huge. It's still early to see what the impact will be in Mexico, but it's certainly going to change, no question about it.
In a statement, President Biden commended law enforcement for arresting the 2 men and for continuing to bring Sinaloa cartel leaders to justice. El Mayo and Guzman Lopez joined other top Sinaloa leaders in U.S. custody, including El Chapo, who was sentenced to life in prison on drug conspiracy charges in 2019.
The Justice Department will not rest until every single cartel leader, member, and associate responsible for poisoning our communities is held accountable.
The Justice Department says both men will make their initial appearances in federal court the coming days. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you so much. And you could see in her story right there that we did hear a very brief news conference from Attorney General Merrick Garland where he did reveal the details. That news conference only about 2 minutes long, so I do want to play it for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Last year, I said that the Justice Department would never stop working to hold accountable those who are responsible for the fentanyl epidemic. On Thursday, the Justice Department took into custody in El Paso 2 more alleged leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most violent and powerful drug trafficking organizations in the world. Both men are facing multiple charges in the United States for leading the cartel's criminal operations, including its deadly drug manufacturing and trafficking networks. The first is Ismael Zambada Garcia, or El Mayo, a co-founder of the cartel. He is facing charges for fentanyl trafficking, money laundering, firearms offenses, kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit murder. The second, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, is a son of its other co-founder, known as El Chapo, and is facing charges for trafficking in large quantities of cocaine, heroin, and meth, among other drugs. Both defendants will have their initial appearances in federal court in the coming days. El Mayo and Guzman Lopez join a growing list of Sinaloa cartel leaders and associates who the Justice Department is holding accountable in the United States. This includes the cartel's other co-founder, El Chapo, another of El Chapo's sons and an alleged cartel leader, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, and the cartel's alleged lead sicario, or assassin, known as El Nini. Fentanyl is the deadliest drug threat our country has ever faced. The Justice Department will not rest until every single cartel leader, member, and associate responsible for poisoning our communities is held accountable.
All right, on to our other headlines that we are following with the help of our affiliates all over the country. California's largest active fire exploded in size last night, growing rapidly amid bone-dry fuel and threatening thousands of homes as firefighters scrambled to meet that danger. The Park Fire's intensity and dramatic spread led fire officials to make unwelcome comparisons to the Camp Fire, which burned out of control in nearby Paradise. That was in 2018. We know a total of 85 people died and 11,000 homes were damaged or destroyed by the fire. At this point, more than 130 structures have been destroyed by this fire so far, and thousands more are threatened as evacuations were ordered in 4 different counties. That includes Butte County, where the sheriff will actually join us from coming up in just a matter of hours. Now, it stood at 480 square miles on Friday night, about the size of Los Angeles, and was moving quickly north and east after igniting Wednesday, when authorities said a man pushing a burning car into a gully in Chico calmly blended in with others fleeing the scene as the fire burned out of control. CAL FIRE Incident Commander Billy C. did say at a briefing, quote, "There's a tremendous amount of fuel out there, and it's going to continue with this rapid pace." Officials over at the Volcanic National Park evacuated staff from a community of about 120 people, where the park does headquarter itself, as the fire moved north toward Highway 36 and east toward that park. Again, we do know that this is the biggest wildfire in California right now, and it is, of course, becoming, sadly, a record breaker with all of the damage that it is causing here. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team has been out there gathering the latest details, and this is the report from James Torres.
We are standing in the path of the park fire, and this is what's burned over the last 48 hours. You see the trees, the branches, and the dead grass still smoldering as of this morning. We know the park fire has grown so quickly and so aggressively, it was able to hop through some of the natural fire breaks and reach some of the homes on this street. Take a look at this house, for example. It is fully still standing, and it looks like it was completely untouched. But just a few yards away, the next door home is gone. Cell phone video from a homeowner near the Cohasset Road community in Chico. The growing fire was enough for Vanessa Starling to evacuate.
It's pretty crazy. There's one spot you could just see like it had a little fire tornado going on, and we could hear it when we were leaving. You could just, this roaring sound, you could hear the fire roaring as we were leaving.
With her family, she took her dog and a small duck with her. Updates show her home, which has been in the family since 1905, might be gone.
There's been a lot of packing up, loading up, trying to get out as much as, possible, and then being relieved going home, but we'll see. This time looks like it might be the one. Like most of our neighbors have lost their places up there, so.
For many who live in Butte County, this is not their first evacuation.
This is probably, I think it's number 4. For evacuations.
Scott Ackerman remembers the Camp Fire, which burned down the town of Paradise, only 30 minutes from this evacuation center.
It's very stressful, but we decided to go because beat the traffic, because last time there was a lot of traffic. at the campfire.
More than 1,600 firefighters are assigned to the park fire, hoping to prevent a disaster like the campfire.
Today will be a critical fire day.
At a morning briefing, CAL FIRE says the park fire is growing at a rate of 5,000 acres a day, and containing it is tough.
Some parts are very inaccessible to ground resources, so a lot of travel time, a lot of lag time getting our folks to the line.
Hot spots are reigniting in places where the fire already burned through. With a stressful 48 hours in their neighborhood, some wanted a sense of normalcy.
You say normalcy because it's just been stressful the last 48 hours?
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. I mean, who's out running right now, you know?
There is no word on how soon evacuees can return home. In the meantime, investigations continue. The district attorney's office reports one man is in jail accused of arson for starting the park fire. Reporting in Butte County, I'm James Torres, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, James. We're going to be checking in with our Fox 2 San Francisco team for their latest information here as they do follow this on the ground. This is actually some of their video that they did collect, but we're seeing video come from all over, including Alert California, UC San Diego, actually filing this here with Storyful. I do want to go over some of the other fires that are burning because we know the Macy fire there, according to CAL FIRE, remains 145 acres as of an hour ago and is now about 90% contained. We're told that fire activity was minimal overnight and firefighters could continue strengthening the containment lines. We're told that folks there need to use caution in the fire area as fire resources do continue to work throughout the day. Again, though, the park fire, which is what you're seeing on your screen, is now the largest since back in 2021 and unfortunately is likely to get even larger as we see the winds blowing out there. We'll keep you updated again with the help of our Fox 2 San Francisco team. The time now is 11:27 over on the East Coast and 8:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look there on your screen showing the White House over in D.C. as we do get to some of the other top stories that we are following at this hour. Again, take a look right here. Former President Trump meeting Friday with Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu over in Mar-a-Lago there in Florida. This was the first time that Trump, the Republican presidential nominee, has met with Netanyahu since a rift formed between the two of them after the U.S. presidential election back in 2020. Fox's Dana Marie McNichol is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the latest details.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Florida Friday, meeting with former President Donald Trump one day after his meeting with President Biden and Vice President Harris.
We've always had a very good relationship.
The two said they discussed the possibility of a Gaza ceasefire deal. Trump went on to use the moment to take aim at Harris, the presumptive Democratic nominee. Thursday, the vice president also met with Netanyahu, saying afterward she urged him to get a deal done.
I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice, pertaining to Israel.
The White House Friday pushed back against reports Netanyahu is upset over the vice president's remarks. A potential VP pick for Harris also defended the vice president's position.
I think she was spot on. She spoke about Israel's right to defend itself, the need for the hostages to be returned home.
Netanyahu's meeting with Trump marks the latest stop on the whirlwind trip to the U.S., who also addressed a joint meeting of Congress on Wednesday. When asked if a ceasefire deal was close, Netanyahu responded, "I hope so."
But I think time will tell. We're certainly eager to have one, and we're working on it.
In West Palm Beach, I'm Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News.
Dana Marie, thank you so much. Again, another live look here over at the White House as Kamala Harris is likely to clinch the Democratic presidential nomination, and attention is turning to the list of her possible running mates. There are quite a few, from governors of states like Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Michigan, to a senator from Arizona, to the nation's transportation secretary. The names are kind of all over the board at this point. Do want to talk a little bit more about all of this, so let's bring in a true expert here, Neil Rothschild, an Axios reporter. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and help kind of break it all down.
Thank you for having me on, Josh.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you kind of the overall question here. Who seems to be the best pick? Who seems to be the overall front runner, as the list is, I mean, it changes pretty much every day, but it seems like there's about maybe 7, 8 contenders possible.
The Harris campaign has vetted a list of about a dozen names. Out of those, there are probably 3 or 4 that are in serious contention to be picked. And those are Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, Mark Kelly, senator from Arizona, Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, as well as gaining traction this week, the name Pete Buttigieg, who's the transportation secretary.
And at this point, it's probably too early to really tell who is going to be the pick. Do we have any idea how long it's going to take to decide who is going to be her VP pick?
Well, the big deadline to look for is August 7th. That is when Democrats will do the virtual nomination of Kamala Harris as the nominee. So it's really a 2-week sprint ahead of that date from when Harris has become the presumptive nominee for her team to figure this question out. What traits does she need in this VP candidate? What type of profile are they looking for? So kind of that 2 weeks leading up to August 7th, but we will know by then. So just a short amount of time.
This is kind of a broad question, but I just want to get your take because a lot of people have asked me, and I need to hear it from an expert. Generally speaking, how does the process of selecting a running mate really work overall?
Yeah, so the Harris campaign just turned over from Biden just a week, not even a week ago. Biden was still the nominee. So they're doing this vetting process of a handful of candidates. And you're also seeing a lot of these prospective running mates going on cable news, kind of doing their auditions to show that they are an effective speaker. They can make a proactive case for Harris. They can be persuasive and likable in attacking Donald Trump. So, you know, they're figuring it out in a short amount of time, based on, you know, not a whole lot. Harris doesn't have deep relationships with a lot of these candidates. She has spoken alongside Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, in the past. They are both attorneys general, but she doesn't have close personal relationships with a lot of them to lean back on. So it's going to be kind of in a short amount of time figuring out what their strengths are and what they might be able to add to the ticket to appeal to voters in ways that Harris may not.
And that's got to be a little bit tougher than you'd normally see, because normally the candidate does have a little bit of time to vet who they want to be their VP, but this is going to happen super quick because we are just weeks away from the DNC. So it's a little different, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen anything like this, certainly in the recent history, as far as kind of the candidate who's going to be the nominee was only known about 2 weeks ahead of kind of when the running mate needs to be picked. So this is fairly uncharted territory, but I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing for Harris, because she has seen such a jolt of energy and enthusiasm since she was named. You've seen this in the donation numbers that have come rolling in. Already the polling of her versus Trump doesn't show her ahead in the most part, but it certainly shows her better than Biden was faring in the last month. So the idea of bringing in not just her, but now a new face onto the ticket that in most cases has been pretty unknown to Democrats as well as the whole country. Democrats are hoping that will be a shot of enthusiasm and youth, at least compared to Joe Biden, that will kind of invigorate a base that had been kind of slogging for a few months there.
This could be a little bit difficult of a question to answer, but how significant overall is picking the correct vice presidential candidate? How important is that in the overall election? Do we see it really sway voters one way or another overwhelmingly?
It can help at the margins. It's not going to make a losing candidate into the winner. Voters aren't going to vote for the vice president if they detest the person at the top of the ticket, but elections can be won at the margins. So a slam dunk choice for a running mate will be one that is the correct bet in shifting those persuadable voters kind of in a few key demographics. One example of that is Josh Shapiro, who's the governor of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the swing state prize with its 19 electoral votes. If Democrats don't win Pennsylvania, it becomes very difficult, bordering on impossible for them to win the election. So you can certainly see the argument there for Josh Shapiro, who has a plus 26 net approval rating in Pennsylvania, to be the pick, even if he alone will not win Harris the state. But if he can help at the margins, maybe 0.5% to 1%, that alone might be worth it to decide for Harris that he's the best bet.
I want to talk about former President Trump and his campaign, because we know that on the first day of the RNC, we learned that Ohio Senator JD Vance would be his running mate. How could JD Vance overall help Trump, and how could he possibly hurt him in this election?
The way that he's able to help is that, certainly compared to other surrogates for Trump in the past, he's able to make an intellectual case for Trump's policies in a way that is maybe less fire-breathing and provocative than some of his other past supporters, but kind of has some real kind of foundational backing in as far as foreign policy, Ukraine, some of his economic policies, and he is working class kind of Ohio upbringing that could appeal to those swing Rust Belt voters. He's been effective on TV and for making a persuasive case for the Trump agenda that are some of the characteristics that led to him becoming Trump's pick. The case that he may work against Trump ultimately is that it's turned out that he's quite unpopular. He has a -6 net approval rating, which would be the least liked kind of non-incumbent VP nominee in a handful of decades. So it's unclear to the extent that kind of the Trump himself and the campaign kind of reckon with the fact that, okay, this guy who wrote Hillbilly Elegy and has this kind of Appalachia and Rust Belt appeal may not be as liked among voters as they thought he might be.
All right, Neil, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
We are coming down to just a handful of probably nominees, but there are a few more that are trying to put their hat in the race. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, has circulated to his supporters talking points for why he should be picked as the running mate. So even though we've identified Shapiro and Kelly and Cooper as a top handful, this is still a live wire, and you're going to continue to see jockeying for who this spot will be kind of in the final days before a decision is made.
All right, Neil, thanks again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, Josh.
And if you take a look here at the list of potential running mates, again, it kind of changes somewhat on a daily basis, but you can see there are several people who are being vetted. We're going to keep you updated here. And don't forget, we do know the DNC is a short time away, just a couple weeks. So we'll bring you all of our coverage as that does begin. Also want to go over what we can expect today, as former President Trump will campaign at a rally in St. Cloud, Minnesota tonight, alongside his recently named running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance. That rally is set to get underway at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and you can watch it here on LiveNOW. As for Vice President Kamala Harris, Trump's likely opponent in the presidential race, she's headed to Pittsfield, Massachusetts to speak at a political event this afternoon. Her speech set to begin at 2:25 p.m. Eastern time. That's in just a handful of hours, and we'll bring that to you live as well. Questions also remain about who Harris will select as her running mate, with several top contenders being named, as we mentioned, including governors, an Arizona senator, and transportation secretary there. The Democratic National Convention, where Kamala Harris is expected to receive that nomination, is set for August 19th through the 22nd in Chicago. We'll have, as I mentioned, full coverage of all events leading up to it and the event itself right here on LiveNOW from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 11:42 on the East Coast and 8:42 on the West Coast. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. We will be right back. Welcome back here on LiveNOW from Fox, and the race for the White House does continue to heat up. As it does appear, we are in for a matchup between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. as that race for the White House I mentioned does continue. Just about every weekend, we check in with Alex Michelson with our Fox 11 LA team as he breaks down the latest political headlines. I do want to play for you a portion of his program that is called The Issue Is, where he speaks with experts to break down those political headlines.
The issue is
Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who ripped off consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
That is Vice President Kamala Harris on how her time as California's Attorney General and as a courtroom prosecutor prepared her to run against Donald Trump. In a matter of hours, really, Harris became the presumptive Democratic nominee this week. I'm Alex Michelson. Welcome to The Issue Is. This is one of those weeks that will be studied by historians for many years to come. And because of that, we brought in the big guns to help us break it down, because I need some help processing what we all went through. So joining us now is Melanie Mason, who is a senior political writer for Politico. Her newest article at Politico.com is called How California Democrats Learn to Stop Worrying and Love Kamala Harris. Lynn Vavrak teaches politics at UCLA as a contributor to the New York Times. Her latest book is called The Bitter End, the 2020 Presidential Campaign and the Challenge to American Democracy. Lynn, Melanie, welcome to you both. What a week. What a week. So last week, Melanie, we've got some video of this. You and I were at the Republican National Convention. We were up there. There was so much energy. The big story was the Republicans were all united. The Democrats were in disarray. Everybody there was 1,000% confident that there's no way that Donald Trump can lose this thing. And then what a week we've seen. So much has changed. Can you walk us through the inside of how Kamala Harris did this, how she consolidated the party so quickly, what we know about what happened?
Well, I think it's first important to recognize that the first big thing was that President Biden puts out his letter saying that he's not going to run again, and within less than an hour puts out a second tweet that says, by the way, I'm endorsing my Vice President Kamala Harris. And that was the signal, I think, to everybody in the party that the consolidation time was on. But she was not an active player in all of this, right? As we know, she was working the phones, making more than 100 calls that Sunday to check in with folks, including people who I think were seen as potential rivals for this. And sure enough, what we saw were people like Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer or California Governor Gavin Newsom, all of them one by one taking themselves out of contention. And so by the time we got to Monday, when we got to the moment where there was state party delegates getting together to say that they were getting behind Kamala Harris, it was unanimous. I mean, I think that real show of consolidation, of unanimity, is pretty striking.
And that was not something that was necessarily assumed. Certainly when we were talking at the RNC, there was talked about maybe an open convention, and that stopped really quick. And can you talk about this as somebody who studies politics, the political science of this from a historic moment?
Yeah, it's unprecedented, as everyone has been saying. And really, it's the last 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks. It's just been a really unusual time. And then to change the candidate so late in the process, it really is unique. But it's also a unique political time. And so people know pretty much which party they're interested in. The parties want to build different worlds. Voters know that. So this kind of switch may have less of an impact on the final vote than it maybe would have if it was the early 2000s or the 1990s. But it's still so unusual to have this happen.
Well, and let's talk about where Donald Trump goes from here, because the playbook at the RNC was very clear. Joe Biden, weak and old. Donald Trump, tough and strong. Now where does he go? So here's how he was describing Kamala Harris this week on the campaign trail.
For 3.5 years, Lion Kamala Harris has been the ultra-liberal driving force behind every single Biden catastrophe. She is a radical left lunatic who will destroy our country. If she ever gets the chance to get into office, we're not going to let that happen.
Donald Trump, not exactly subtle, which has never really been his thing. Melanie, where do the Republicans go from here, and what have they been saying to you privately?
I've been surprised this week that they haven't had a stronger, more cohesive message against the vice president, because you would think that she would have been the obvious person to follow in Biden's footsteps if he stepped down. And the fact is, it felt like for the last couple of days they were sort of casting about. I mean, I think there are a couple of themes we're going to be hearing. The border czar conversation, right, about immigration. They saw immigration as a weak point for President Biden, and they're absolutely going to continue that with Harris. I think the question about trying to go after her prosecutorial record, though, has confused them a little bit, because I've seen them, in some ways, mimic the conversation that happened in the 2020 Democratic primary, criticizing her from the left. But they're supposed to be the tough on crime party. So to me, I've been struck by the confusion and just sort of the lack of cohesion in a message. That's not going to last for very long, though.
Lynn, you sort of get into the demographics of where we're at. Who is the swing voter, and who are we talking about here? What should we be focused in on?
So there are a set of people. That set is smaller than it's been 20 years ago. It's shrunk every election since 2016. But there are a set of people who are not yet sure how they will vote in November. They tend to be less interested in politics generally. Maybe politics is not a hobby for them. They don't follow it as closely as some people. So they will make up their decisions quite late.
So how does Harris being in there impact them versus Biden?
I think one of the ways that this is good for the Democrats in terms of these swing voters is this massive enthusiasm that has been generated by announcing her as the presumptive nominee. And just the way it's taken the wind out of the Republican sail after the convention. It was all about the RNC. And then all of a sudden it was nothing about the RNC. And so the momentum is moving in her direction. She's going to roll that right into the convention. There's always a convention bounce. She'll get that. And then it's not that long until early voting.
Back with our panel, UCLA's Lynn Vavreck and Politico's Melanie Mason. And we're getting some poll results now about JD Vance, his choice. Harry Enton on CNN brought the numbers this way.
It's a negative net territory. Look at that, -6 points. I will tell you, Aaron, I have gone all the way back since 1980. He is the first guy after immediately following a convention, a VP pick, who actually had a net negative favorable rating. That is underwater. The average since 2000 is +19 points. JD Vance making history in the completely wrong way.
Now, we know for context that we're way more partisan than we were before, which would lead to net negative ratings for some of the other candidates, too. So with all that said, is there some regret on the Republican side about this JD Vance pick? Because the Vance pick was made at a time of extreme confidence for the Trump campaign.
I think that we are hearing some of that, because you're right. It was like the Vance pick happened in a different universe. I mean, the Trump campaign they were on a way to a blowout. And so the Vance pick was a way to reinforce the brand, the Trump brand, the MAGA brand. It was not necessarily like picking a Nikki Haley, for example, or a Tim Scott, where it was maybe reaching out to some Trump skeptical voters. This was really about the base and the hardcore. And so what we've seen is now that we are back to an extremely close election, a place where they are going to be fighting for the smallest margins, JD Vance he's an extremely online Republican character, which means that he has a lot of comments to find in that sort of caustic internet tone that is not playing well when you're running as a vice presidential nominee. And so we've seen for this whole week, they've had to clean up on certain comments that may have been really funny in the Twitterverse, but they don't play when you're trying to reach out for swing voters.
Does this matter?
Well, speaking as a childless cat lady, I will just say that, yeah, I think those things, they go to judgment. And for some voters who are already voting for Trump, for the Republicans, those voters are going to say, like, he should speak his mind, and that's what we love about him. Okay. For Democrats, they're going to say, that's ridiculous, how offensive. But again, we're talking about that set of people in the middle. And, yeah, I think for some of those voters, that's going to be a moment about judgment.
Yeah, and just for context, people didn't see that comment that we're talking about. This was years ago. He basically was saying that the Democrats have too many leaders who don't have kids, and that's bad for their judgment. And he made fun of them, saying that they were childless cat ladies. All right, VP picks on the Democratic side and put up some of those names that are being discussed right now. Here are some of them. Josh Shapiro, who's the governor of Pennsylvania, Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, Roy Cooper, the governor from North Carolina, Pete Buttigieg, the secretary of transportation. Melanie, let's go through them really quick and sort of give us the top line on each of them. Let's start with Mark Kelly, the astronaut.
Well, you just said it. Mark Kelly, the astronaut. I mean, that's going to be a tagline. And senator from a border state, senator from Arizona. So if Democrats are looking at a path to victory through the Sun Belt, through states like Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia, I think that they see somebody like a Mark Kelly as an asset.
And he's married to Gabby Giffords, who, of course, was shot. He helped nurse her back to health, and so gun violence is an important issue for him.
Absolutely.
Also seen as more of a moderate in terms of the senator. Josh Shapiro, relatively new to the political stage, the governor of Pennsylvania.
That's right, and it reinforces the narrative of a fresh new generation, fresh faces, turning the page. Shapiro's also known as somebody who is a moderate. He was the highest vote getter in Pennsylvania gubernatorial history. It's clearly somebody who has a ton of popularity in a key swing state. That's the blue wall strategy that Democrats want. So if you're looking at different paths, Shapiro, there's a really strong case to be made.
Hard
there.
to see how Democrats win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania.
And that was Alex Michelson there with his weekly segment, The Issue Is, where he speaks with great political minds, himself included, of course, to break down the latest headlines. And, of course, the big one right now is the Veep stakes, so to speak. Who will Kamala Harris choose as her running mate? Do want to head to a quick break now, the final one of the hour, but on the other side, we will get right back into your top stories, headlines, and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Josh Breslow. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:58 on the East Coast and 8:58 on the West Coast. Do want to get back into the headlines that we are following today on Live Now. Take a look at the screen and the video you've seen time and time again. 2 weeks after Donald Trump was nearly assassinated, the FBI now confirms it was indeed a bullet that struck the former president's ear. The agency moved to clear up some conflicting accounts of what caused the former president's injuries after a gunman opened fire at his rally in Pennsylvania. The FBI did publish a statement, and I do want to pull it up for you there on your screen. They said what struck former President Trump in the ear was a bullet whether whole or fragmented into smaller pieces fired from the deceased subject's rifle. Again, that statement there released by the FBI. Want to talk about that and all the latest developments here, so let's bring in Mike Harrigan, retired chief of the FBI's firearms training program and current principal at Pax Group LLC. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
No, thanks for having me, Josh. Glad to be here.
Of course. Well, first off, the big question I do have to ask you about is that statement from the FBI. Overall, what do you make of the statement, and why was it so important for the FBI to clarify that?
Well, I think when the director appeared before Congress, he made a statement that, caused some to interpret there was doubt whether it was fragments of the bullet, shrapnel, or the bullet itself. And I think the director was just being cautious there because the forensics on this probably haven't been finalized. I mean, they're doing a lot of research and they're doing a lot of technical analysis to find out the details of whether that was, the details of what the bullet flight was and what struck him. But I don't think the director anticipated the twisting of that into a partisan thing. And I think the Bureau had to put out a clarification that they're comfortable that it was a bullet, whether it's a piece of the bullet or the full bullet. Doesn't really matter. I mean, the fact is that somebody was trying to kill the president and that clearly was firing a bullet at the president.
And that's important to note that in reality, it doesn't necessarily matter. It's more so about the fact that he did survive. And as you mentioned, the fact that somebody did try to assassinate a former president. I do want to ask you, though, Chris Wray did testify over on Capitol Hill earlier on this week, and that's kind of what led up to all of this. Can you kind of break down his statement? You touched on it already, but basically what he had to say and why he was trying to be just a little bit cautious there.
Well, I think Director Wray did a great job in the testimony. He really opened up the investigation and really addressed questions that members of Congress and the public really have here. And this is an unusual thing for the Bureau to do. Normally, the Bureau is very methodical, very evidence-based, and they only put statements out in analysis when they are absolutely sure of the findings. But the public interest here and congressional interest, due to the fact that someone tried to change the course of a presidential election, called for the director to get up there, and he had to step out of his comfort zone a bit and talk about things that maybe haven't been finalized totally. I think he did a great job. He put out there about the explosives, which people wanted to know. He put out the fact that he thought that the gunman was acting alone, but that they're still looking into various electronic means to see if there were other communications. That was important. I think it was critical. And he addressed the fact of the ladder and how the gunman got up on the roof. So I think he provided some very good clarification that the public needed to hear, and which the media, to your own credit and others in the media, have been quite accurate in reporting. And I think that as I come back to the fact that the Bureau generally doesn't engage in these kind of communications before things are finalized. So I give hats off to the Bureau and the director for getting up there and providing that clarity. But there's much more to be learned, and there's much more to be found out on this thing that will come together as the investigation progresses.
And kind of on that same note, Trump's former physician, who is now a Texas state representative, released a full letter on social media Friday as well, making it clear that Trump was hit by a bullet. So again, you kind of already touched on this, but is it necessary to put out a statement like that? Does everyone kind of want to clarify exactly what did happen?
I'm not sure why it's even a question from my perspective. Clearly, firearm was fired towards the president, and he was injured immediately. I mean, there's really no other way to couch this. Now, whether one of the bullets or more of the bullets could have hit some piece of, some are saying glass, like the teleprompter, it doesn't matter. Because in the overall scheme of things with ballistics, a small piece of the bullet can be very lethal. Doesn't matter. I think that was just another part of someone trying to explain what happened. But really, it's going to come down to the Bureau's investigation and the forensics and the bullet trajectory analysis and everything else. It's going to have us going to find out definitively what happened. But I don't think there's any question that somebody tried to kill Mr. Trump.
Trump did put out a statement on Truth Social where he said he is still going to hold outdoor rallies, but also said that he's going to return to Butler, Pennsylvania. That is, of course, the rally where he was shot in the ear. He wants to go to honor the life of Corey Comparator, who is the retired fire chief who was killed in that shooting. Is it likely, based on the situation, that the FBI, Secret Service, any of them would advise against that? Or is it kind of, I guess, whatever he wants to do?
Well, naturally in protective operations, outside venues are a bit more riskier than inside venues when you can control the audience a little better, even though at an outside venue, normally everybody is swept with metal detectors in close, but there's always that possibility that someone could take a shot from the extended distance. But I think what candidates have to show is that they're not intimidated by one man acting alone. I mean, if this had been a situation where it was part of a larger conspiracy, maybe a foreign actor, which seems to have been ruled out, well, that would be a very dramatic threat. And that would be something that could cause candidates to change their strategy on how they do meetings and rallies. But here, one man acting alone, I don't see the candidate, especially Mr. Trump, with the way that he does connect with audiences and gets out there broadly. I don't think he's going to want to change how he does his rallies.
My last question for you here, where does the investigation go from here? What is next? And we know there are multiple investigations that are underway, but essentially the main FBI investigation, where does that head next?
Well, the FBI's investigation is very specific. It's really looking at what happened that day, and they really want to know if there's an ongoing threat to the president, other candidates, and that's really their focus. So they're going to be doing all the hard, evidentiary work, all the electronic work to try to tear apart this guy's background. And it seems that they pretty much ruled that out from judging from what the director has said. That's really where it goes from here. They have to look at incoming threats, other threats, but it's really the Office of Inspector General to DHS, which is really going to look at the actions of the Secret Service and the actual particulars of the protective operations and the plan, and really put together what the lessons are learned here, what the Secret Service can do better. Of course, they're going to incorporate the Bureau's forensic and interview evidence that they bring together here, but really it's up to DHS OIG. In addition to that, the Secret Service, knowing that they're filled with consummate professionals, they're trying to do their job the best they can with tough circumstances, they're going to be interested more than anybody to fix what went wrong. Because I can tell you, those men and women that make up the Secret Service, they're extremely talented at what they do. And they took this personally when this failure occurred. So they're going to be really at the front line here, looking to see what they can do better next time.
All right. Mike, thank you so much for taking the time to join us again and break it all down. Obviously, there are new developments that are happening pretty much on a daily basis with all of the different investigations that are underway. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, I would say I'm very pleased with the bipartisan approach on Capitol Hill during the questioning of the director. It seems that both sides were really trying to get down to the truth here, and both sides are very interested in protecting candidates against political violence. And I think, I think at the end of the day, we're going to learn some good lessons here in the protective community, and hopefully, this never happens again. And that, I'm just pleased that the coverage in the media has been generally fair. So hopefully the American people will get some answers here as we go forward. And, our democratic process can be safeguarded against one person looking to change the course of the country.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us. As always, we appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
And I do want to remind you that coming up later today, 3 p.m. Eastern time, that is when we expect to hear from former President Trump. He's going to be speaking over in Nashville at a Bitcoin ceremony. So we'll make sure to bring you that if we do get a feed of it. And then he's also going to be speaking alongside his running mate, JD Vance, tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern time. A lot of different speeches scheduled for today. We are also expecting to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris, now the front runner for, of course, the Democratic Party here. I'm looking at our screen. I just pulled this up here. This looks to be in St. Cloud, Minnesota, which is where Harris is going to be speaking. We know that we are going to hear from the Minnesota governor on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris prior to her actually speaking. There's actually a long list of different speakers. Either way, as of right now, you can see folks have gathered, but there's nobody at the podium yet. If we see someone walk up, we will bring those comments to you. Let's head to a quick break now. The first one of the hour at 12:09 on the East Coast and 9:09 on the West Coast. On the other side, we're going to check in with our Fox 2 San Francisco team as they are in their live coverage of the Park Fire, now the largest wildfire in California since back in 2021 and showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back to St. Cloud, Minnesota, because I had said that's where Harris is going to be speaking. However, that is actually some of her supporters that will be speaking there. She will be over in Massachusetts. There is a very lengthy schedule today for the different opponents here. We're talking Republican and Democrat, so let's go over it. As former President Trump is going to campaign at a rally in St. Cloud, Minnesota tonight alongside his recently named running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance. And that rally is set to begin at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch it here on Live Now. As for Kamala Harris, Trump's likely opponent, she is headed over to Pittsfield, Massachusetts to talk at a political event this afternoon. That speech set to take place in just about 2 hours at 2:25 p.m. Eastern time. And questions remain about who Harris will select as her running mate, with several top contenders being named, including several governors and an Arizona senator. Again, once we see anyone walk up to the podium here, we will make sure to bring that to you. In the meantime, do want to talk about what is now the largest wildfire burning in California since 2021. That is the Park Fire, and it does just continue to grow at this point. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team is in live coverage, so let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
This is Mornings on 2.
Good morning to you. Let's take you outside to Oakland as we watch the temperatures this morning. As you can see, a marine layer over Oakland at this hour, and it's much cooler. That change in temperature is going to be very good news for firefighters who are fighting fires here in the Bay Area and across the state. Welcome to Mornings on 2. I'm Claudine Wong.
Good morning, one and all. I'm Frank Malika. We do continue to follow that developing news. There are several fires burning in California. The largest one, of course, is the Park Fire burning in Butte and Tehama counties outside Chico Chico. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency in that area. The very latest numbers we've gotten from CAL FIRE show more than 307,000 acres have burned thus far. Containment is still at 0%. From 3%, so it's moved up a little bit. 2 minor injuries have been reported, but no deaths have been reported from that park fire.
Now in Alameda County, we have evacuations underway to a fire that is burning near Sunol, and we've got KTVU's Betty Yu, who's been following the fires in the East Bay. Just a short time ago, she got some new information from CAL FIRE.
And Betty joins us live in the newsroom with an update. Betty, good morning.
Good morning, Frank. CAL FIRE just put out some new information in the last hour. We begin with the Creek Fire. More than a dozen residents have been told to evacuate. CAL FIRE says it is now 5% contained this morning. It has already burned close to 600 acres. You're looking at new video into our newsroom of the Creek Fire. CAL FIRE said 14 residents in total off Welch Road in Sunol are under evacuation orders. Others located about a mile away are under evacuation warnings. CAL FIRE said the Creek Fire has been moving at a moderate rate of speed. There have been no injuries to report, but structures remain threatened. It's unclear what started this fire. This morning, the CAL FIRE battalion chief talked about the strain on resources amid a very active fire season.
The last couple of years, right? Every year's the worst fire season. We say that every year to our new recruits coming in, our seasonal firefighters. But this year especially, it started off quick. So with all the precipitation and snowpack that we had over the last winter, everything dried out tremendously and really quick. So throughout the state, we've had a lot of extended attacks and major incidents. A lot of the CAL FIRE incident management teams have already been activated throughout the state, and currently we have 2 of those, actually 3 of those incident management teams that are activated right now throughout the state. So the drawdown of resources. The acclimation for the firefighters, they come in, we start that training off right in the beginning of it. And this year, a lot of folks we just hired on as seasonal employees, they came right to the real thing.
From Alameda County to Contra Costa County now, CAL FIRE says that they have just lifted all evacuation orders for residents affected by the Point Fire. It's burning between the cities of Concord and Bay Point. At last check, it was 40% contained. It's burned about 470 acres. About 100 homes were threatened by this fire. We spoke to evacuees who had just minutes to get out on Friday.
I was actually in the shower, and my neighbors from across the street came and knocked on my door and said that there was a fire over at the gun range, which is like 2 hills over. And so I said, okay, thanks. And then the minute I got out of the shower, I looked out the window and I saw the smoke. At that point, I started grabbing, insurance papers and everything else that I could. And then my daughter grabbed the dogs, and I threw whatever I could and my wedding album in the car. And then I turned on all the hoses, all the sprinklers, and started watering the fence.
No structures have burned in the Point Fire, but structures remain threatened. We'll continue to bring you more updates on these East Bay fires as we get them. Frank and Claudine, back to you.
Now to the state's largest fire, the park fire, near Chico. Governor Newsom has declared a state of emergency both in Butte and Tehama counties. The very latest numbers from CAL FIRE show more than 307,000 acres have burned so far. Containment is now at 0%. 2 minor injuries have been reported, but no deaths have been reported thus far.
Well, the state of emergency from Governor Newsom came yesterday as the fire continues to leave devastation in its wake. Now, the fire has destroyed at least 134 structures. It's still threatening 4,200 more. Evacuation orders remain in place for about 4,000 people. The huge flames have sparked at least 1 fire tornado in the region.
It's pretty crazy. There's one spot you could just see like it had a little fire tornado going on, and we could hear it when we were leaving. You could just, this roaring sound, you could hear the fire roaring as we were leaving.
Crews from here in the Bay Area have now joined the estimated 1,600 firefighters who are now on those fire lines near Chico. Now, this video that you're looking at right now on your screen shows the strike team that went from Sonoma County Fire. As they left for Butte County, they were immediately deployed to help protect structures and ended up saving animals as well.
While they were doing their structure protection, they came across 2 dogs that were at one of the residents. They put them into their fire engine and wrote a note for the homeowners and took them with them.
Meantime, the Chico man who is accused of starting the park fire does remain in custody this morning. Prosecutors say 42-year-old Ronnie Stout pushed a burning car into a canyon at Upper Bidwell Park, which then set off the fire. He is due in court on Monday morning to face arson charges.
And that fire near Chico is stirring some very painful memories for people living in the nearby town of Paradise. While the flames are not close to the town, a thick plume of smoke is visible. Many residents are on edge there after the community was devastated by the deadly campfire that wiped it out back in 2018. As a precaution, town officials have issued evacuation warnings for certain portions of Paradise. The mayor says just the sight and smell of smoke is triggering for so many in the town.
Hard to talk about. Sometimes it gets you kind of emotionally. Yes, there's a fire back there. Yes, people's houses are being destroyed. Yes, we've got over 1,000 firemen out there, firemen, firewomen, firefighters out there risking their lives to keep us safe.
Paradise officials say after that campfire, they added 21 notification towers throughout the town to alert residents in case of an emergency.
All right, time now is 9:06. Weather obviously plays a huge factor in these firefights that are happening up and down our state and here in the Bay Area. Meteorologist Rosemary Roscoe watching our forecast, and certainly the cool morning is a welcome sight for folks.
Yes, weather much improved for us here at home as well as in the area where the park fire is burning. Although, I mean, it's just incredible how that fire just continues to go, creating its own thunderstorm activity at times. When it comes to that area, the winds are still blowing and the fire is still moving rapidly. Giving you a look here, what is going on. The cloudy skies, the cooler conditions, relative humidity is up. This is all great news for the firefight going on there as well as here at home. Here's a look at what we are expecting in the park fire area for the afternoon today. Relative humidity much better than yesterday. Temperatures much better than yesterday. Noontime 74 degrees, 90 degrees, or 84 I should say, in the afternoon, when yesterday they hit 100 degrees or so. That is a big improvement there. So the concern around the Bay Area and perhaps in the park fire areas is the wind. We are looking at good conditions here at home. We do have the two new fires that Betty is talking about. We have a couple of fires that are 85–90% contained, but it is a breezy one out there in many areas through the Delta. Fairfield reporting 17 miles per hour. Concord reporting 18 miles per hour. One of those new fires is burning in the Bay Point area. Temperatures way down compared to yesterday, and yesterday they fell off dramatically from the day before. So we are looking at good conditions when it comes to the temperatures. 17 degrees cooler in Livermore right now, 60 degrees, 59 reported in Concord. A better look at the afternoon highs for today. We will begin a warming trend tomorrow, but nothing like the heat we saw earlier in the week. I'll have a look at that in the extended forecast coming up.
A big thank you there to our Fox 2 San Francisco team as they are gathering the latest on those fires, and we'll bring them to you here, bring the information to you on Live Now. Do want to take you out to a live event that is underway. This is a rally that is all connected to Sonia Massie. Autopsy findings released Friday show that the 36-year-old woman who was fatally shot in her Illinois home by a now fired sheriff's deputy who is charged in her death confirmed that she died from a gunshot wound to the head. The report was released shortly before civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is representing Massie's family, denounced the killing by ex-sheriff's deputy Sean Grayson as senseless, unnecessary, and excessive. This rally here once again getting underway. It is justice for Sonia Massie and all those murdered by police. That is according to the sign right there. It sounds like there may be speakers. I can see a microphone there, so let's pop up the audio and try to listen in.
Organizers here, okay? So we have a plan. We're going to carry out that plan. Please do not try to make us deviate from that plan. We are here today to get people more involved in the fight for justice. We're not here to do anything that's going to get people arrested, okay? We're here to keep each other safe, and we're here to demand justice for Sonia Massie, justice for Samuel Sharp Jr., justice for all those who have been killed by the police. So when I say his name, I want y'all to say Samuel Sharp. Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! Now I'm going to say her name. I want y'all to say Sonia Massie. Say her name. 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 Say it louder. Say it louder. Say it louder. Say it louder. Now I'm going to say his name. I want y'all to say Javante Mitchell. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. All right, now, like I said, we have a lot of people who have a lot of experience in organizing. So without any further ado, I'm going to welcome up someone who has a lot of experience, someone who has given that experience to the movement for many decades. Please give a round of applause, give your love to the man to my right, the executive director of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression and the field organizer of the Chicago Alliance, Frank Chapman.
Good morning, comrades. There's a lot of names. I need to put it right up here? Yep. Okay. Let me wipe it off. There's a lot of other names we could mention here in Chicago. There's Reginald Clay Jr. There's Dexter Reed. So I want you to say those names too. Reginald Clay Jr. Dexter Reed. And we could go on, couldn't we? We could go on for about an hour. Yeah, we could go on. Sandra Bland, we could go on. We could go on. So none of y'all are new to the movement. So I don't have to do that. But let's just have a moment of silence for all of those who've been viciously and maliciously murdered by police across this country. Not just in Chicago, not just in Springfield, not just in Milwaukee, but throughout these United States of America. How many saw that video? I've been in the movement for damn near 60 years, for about 60 years. I came into the movement in 1961. In all my years in the movement, I have not seen nothing that heartrending. Nothing. And I've seen a lot. Because me and Emmett Till is just 1 year apart. So I was alive. I was 13 years old when Emmett Till was murdered. And I remember that centerfold in Jet magazine where his mother had an open casket funeral. And how they had tortured him and murdered him. But I didn't see them do that. It was horrific, but I didn't see them do it. We saw them murder Sonia Massie. We kill her. He intended to kill her. I think she had a potholder in her hand. That's not a threat. She was pleading for her life because she knew that he was there to kill her. She knew that. She started praying. In the name of Jesus, she said. She started praying. She said, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. what's the message in this? It's like years and years ago during slavery, when Chief Justice Taney said, black folks have no rights which white folks are bound to respect. Well, I'm not going to go that broad with it. I'm going to narrow it down, bring it into the 21st century. We ain't got no rights which law enforcement is bound to respect. We ain't got no rights which law enforcement is bound to respect, because these people are murdering us and killing us at will under the color of a badge with legal authority. So we got to take that legal authority away from them. We got to take that away from them. Our movement has to take that away from them. We have to have community control of the police, because that's the only way we can take that away from them. We have to have it. I want to thank all of you for coming out here today. Sure, I'm going to say it should be bigger. We should have thousands. Don't use that as an excuse for you not coming out. We have a duty and a responsibility to stand and fight for justice, whether it's 5 or whether it's 2 million. That's our responsibility. That's what we got to do. We're not responsible for our oppression. We're not responsible for what happened to Sonia Massie, Reginald Clay, Dexter Reed. We're not responsible for what happened to Sonia Massie or any of the many others who have been unjustly murdered by the police. So what are we responsible for? We're responsible for stopping it. That's our responsibility. We can't expect Kamala Harris to do that. We can't expect Mayor Johnson to do that. We can't expect anybody to do that. That's our responsibility. And so we're not asking anybody to do nothing. We're demanding everything. We're not asking anybody. We're demanding. We're not asking for justice. We're demanding justice. So it's important every time one of these tragic incidents happen, it's important that we put feet in the streets. I don't give a damn how many feet, but that we put feet in the street. We got to stand up every time. Every time. We can't miss a lick here. So if you don't come out to these protests when we call them, you're missing in action. We ain't gonna say shame on those who didn't show up. They got the answer for that themselves. But we're gonna say, when is the time? When is the time? The time is every time it happens. That's when the time is. The time ain't when it's convenient. Oh, I got something else to do. I can't do this right now. Yeah, I'm talking about this. I usually don't do this, you know, because I don't want to discourage people. But damn that. We need to be out here in these streets protesting these police crimes when they happen. When they happen. Every time they happen. They ain't letting up. We shouldn't let up. He didn't show no mercy. So we shouldn't show any either. He didn't show no mercy. So he should get no mercy. He should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. To the fullest extent of the law. Somebody asked me, say, but what about the death penalty? I don't believe in the death penalty. But you know what? You know what? I believe in blood debt. I believe in blood debt. Now, you ain't got to believe like I do, but I'm telling you. Yeah. Now we have a federal law, and we fought for that federal law during the civil rights movement, that can give somebody the death penalty if they murder you in violation of your civil and human rights. Did you know that? Title 18 United States Code, Section 241, 243. Don't take my word for it. Check it out. We're demanding the full execution of the law here. We want federal intervention. Prosecute him to the full extent of the law. Give him the maximum penalty, if you can. That's what we're asking for. We're demanding justice, justice, justice. We're not playing here. So we want from the president on down to local officials to hear our demand. We are demanding justice in all of these cases. In all of these cases. Because that's what the message to us is from this wanton, brutal, savage murder of Sonia Massie. Thank you, comrades. Thank you for coming out.
All right, that is a rally that is underway over in Chicago, coming in from WBBM. Now, if you are just joining us, I want to go over just some of the basics here as this story has been developing over the past several weeks. That's a rally demanding justice for Sonia Massie, and this is body camera video you're looking at right now as autopsy findings were just released yesterday on the 36-year-old woman who was fatally shot in her Illinois home by a now fired sheriff's deputy who is charged in her death. The autopsy does confirm she died from a gunshot wound to the head, and the report was released shortly before civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is representing Massie's family, denounced the killing by ex-sheriff's deputy Sean Grayson, seen in that photo, as, quote, senseless, unnecessary, and excessive. The county coroner had previously disclosed initial findings on Massie's death, which happened July 6th over in Springfield, and the full autopsy report released Friday confirmed those conclusions, including that her death was a homicide. In addition to the bullet striking her just beneath her left eye, Massie had, quote, minor blunt force injuries to her right leg. That is according to the autopsy. Grayson has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct charges in Massie's killing. He was fired last week by the sheriff's office and has been jailed without bond. As we get more updates on all of this, we will bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now is 12:36 on the East Coast and 9:36 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll be right back with more live coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to another story that we are following right now, as Hollywood's video game performers have officially gone on strike after negotiations with game industry giants that started more than a year and a half ago came to a halt over artificial intelligence protections. Leaders of the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television, and radio artists have billed the issues behind the labor dispute, and AI specifically, as an existential crisis for performers. Game voice actors and motion capture artists' likenesses, they say, could be replicated by artificial intelligence and used without their consent and without fair compensation. Do want to break down exactly what all of this means, so let's bring in Russell Morgan, a legal expert and founder and partner at Morgan Legal Group. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help make sense of all of this.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, so first off, the big question, what is all of this over? We kind of went over it a little bit there, but what does it really mean?
So essentially, the dispute centers on how generative artificial intelligence can replicate the performer's voices and likeness without their consent or fair compensation, essentially belonging to the studio rather than to the actors themselves.
This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it sounds like. Didn't, I guess, months, maybe a year and a half of discussion lead up to all of this?
So it's been going on for nearly 2 years with gaming giants like Activision, Warner Brothers, Disney, SAG-AFTRA, and they still remain at odds with the unions and the studios over who and what qualifies for artificial intelligence protection under their current contracts.
What is it overall, would you say, that the union really wants? What is their top priority?
So the unions are arguing that the studio's contracts, and more specifically the current artificial intelligence safeguards in the contracts, fall short, leaving the performers vulnerable to having their work used as data that would belong to the studios rather than recognized as a performance, which would technically be intellectual property belonging to the actors.
Do we know what the current contract really consists of?
The current contract does not protect what the actors themselves are generating in terms of content using artificial intelligence. So they are currently recognizing that any work that was created through artificial intelligence using the actors' voices and likeness would technically still belong to the studios, giving zero compensation for anything created using artificial intelligence to the actual actors involved in the performances.
And this is obviously a little bit different, but we know that we saw the film and TV strike that took place, and it pretty much put a stop to everything for months and months. Is there the same kind of concern here that this could lead to that same situation that just goes on for a while?
Yes, and absolutely. The last year's film and TV strike was precisely over majority of the same reasons over artificial intelligence use, highlighting the growing concerns across the entertainment industries about the use of artificial intelligence in TV, in movies, and in this case, in video games.
Will this possibly have the same overall major impact? Could we see, I guess, games not created? Because again, we know that TV and films slowed down. We have kind of an effect here where we haven't really seen as much new content as we would normally. So is that kind of what we expect from the gaming industry as well?
That's the concern. The gaming industry, which pulls in over $100 billion annually, relies heavily on these performers, emphasizing the stakes of this labor dispute. And if they cannot reach fair and equitable protections in their contracts, it can put a major halt in video game production and resulting in no new content and no new games being released, having a major loss to the industry. And part of the issue here is the Supreme Court currently still does not offer protections to artificial intelligence generated content. So the only way that these actors can get protection is making sure that their likeness and use of their voice is contractually identified and defined as a performance rather than data that belongs to the studio.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us, Russell, to break all of this down. Is there anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
So here at my firm at the Morgan Legal Group, we emphasize that you must review your contracts regularly, especially with our clients in the entertainment industry with the growing use of artificial intelligence. We represent numerous people who are dealing with the same issues. Some are involved in the Actors Guild and others are not. The best piece of advice we can give you is make sure that your lawyers are carefully defining what your work actually produces, and most importantly, how you're compensated from any artificial intelligence generated content created by the studios that you're working with.
All right, Russell Morgan, legal expert and founder and partner at Morgan Legal Group. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
And I do want to take you out live to another shot that we do have right here. As we do expect around 3 p.m., we will hear from former President Trump. This is over in Nashville, Tennessee at the Bitcoin conference. It looks like somebody might be speaking right now. Not sure if we can try to take the audio to hear them, but at 3 p.m. Eastern time, Trump will give that keynote speech. He is then set to speak later on tonight in a joint rally with JD Vance, his running mate, at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Also important to note that later on tonight, or this afternoon, I should say, we're going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris as she is headed to Pittsfield, Massachusetts, to speak at a political event. That speech is set for 2:25 p.m. Eastern time, so in just about an hour and a half. We're going to bring all of this to you as we do get it. We also have this other event that is expected to get underway in a matter of moments as we have supporters of Kamala Harris coming together in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Let's head to a quick break now at 12:46 on the East Coast and 9:46 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered content. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1248 on the East Coast and 948 on the West Coast. It appears over in Chicago, if you were watching earlier, the audio was a little bit low and out of sync, but it seems as though they have maybe fixed that. Again, this is coming in from WBBM, and it's a rally in Chicago demanding justice for Sonia Massie. We did have the body camera video we showed you earlier, and we do know that she was fatally shot in her Illinois home by a now fired sheriff's deputy. That's according to investigators, and he is charged in her death. This rally, folks who have come together to demand justice for her. I do want to pop up the audio to see if they have been able to fix it.
Mourning another mother, another father, another daughter, another son. I want to end this how I started, by thanking you for being here. Earlier I asked the question, when will we be offered a system that provides true safety? The answer is never, not unless we demand and fight for it. Because who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Call your legislators. Join the organization. Keep showing up. So one day, we won't have to be out here because the need will no longer exist. Thank you. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Right on. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Before our next speaker comes up, we're going to just do one more chant. I want y'all to say this with me. If you know it, if you don't know it, you're going to learn it. Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict. Send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict. Send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. So, that's just to remind us that while we're fighting for justice in particular cases, we're also indicting this entire system. This whole system is guilty. So we need to shut this whole system down. We need to rebuild something that actually works for us. So our next speaker is from the Chicago Torture Justice Center. Please welcome up a survivor, Brother Mark Clemens. Make some noise! Make some noise like you are out here to stand for justice. Now when I say make some noise, make some noise. We are here once again. It's like what I just stated a couple of months ago when a brother was gunned down by the police. How long are we going to stand for this political football game? From the days of Rekia Boyd to the days of Trayvon Martin, we have been here and we have demanded that our elected officials in this federal building, we have demanded for the city council to get it right. No one appears to have gotten it right. From the days of John Burge, 1972, we still dealing with that tragedy. Men and women still hemmed up inside of our prisons. That ain't right. Here it is. We have another election. We have a vice president that is entangled around wrongful convictions. We must call these people out for the crimes, for their genocide, and for their lynchings. I'm not going to vote for a person based off of their skin color,
but I am going to vote for that person if they are willing to provide us with some form of justice. Ms. Harris ain't been right. That's what needs to make the national news. We already know Donald Trump ain't right. We already knew that Biden was not right. So now we're caught into another political football game of someone that is not right. We watched Hillary Clinton. She died due to the fact of her husband passing a crime package, and she called us a super predator. What did Harris just call the people on Monday or Tuesday? She called them predators. We cannot remain to keep traveling down the same roads claiming that we are out here looking for justice. Justice looks like us. The integrity of justice looks like us. Change looks like us. It does not look like a broke down criminal justice system that have only come to destroy us. What happened to this sister, Miss Massie, Sandra Massie, is murder. The same way as to what happened to Madeline Miller out of Flossmoor. That was murder.
And you are listening in live there over in Chicago. This is Illinois, of course, as there are folks who are gathered here to demand justice for Sonia Massie. Autopsy findings released yesterday on the 36-year-old woman who was fatally shot in her Illinois home by a now fired deputy who is charged in her death. The autopsy confirming she died from a gunshot wound to the head. The report released shortly after civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is representing Massie's family, denounced the killing by the ex-sheriff's deputy Sean Grayson as, quote, senseless, unnecessary, and excessive. The time now is 12:56 on the East Coast and 9:56 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final break of the hour. We'll be right back in 2 short minutes with live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1258 on the East Coast and 958 on the West Coast. I do want to get to the latest on a story that we have been following very closely here on Live Now. This is just some of the video of the Park Fire, which is now the largest wildfire in California since back in 2021. And it appears that fire is still growing. Again, this is some of the video coming into our newsroom, and it comes from Alert California, UC San Diego via Storyful. I want to talk more about the latest developments here, so let's bring in Sheriff Corey Honey of Butte County, California, to discuss what's going on. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. I know you are very busy, so we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
First off, can you explain the latest on the Park Fire? Because it does seem as though it's just continuing to grow.
That is correct. Currently, it's about 307,000 acres between Butte County and our neighboring county, Tehama County.
What has been going through your mind over the last several days as all of this has been going on? Again, I know it has been very busy and people are just trying to get evacuated and get the message out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Butte County is no stranger to massive wildfires. This is the site of the 2018 Camp Fire, which is still California's deadliest and most destructive fire. What's been in my mind since Wednesday is how rapidly this fire has expanded. It has threatened 2 mountain communities in Butte County, and there is a lot of similarities between what we're experiencing now and what we experienced back in 2018, which certainly brings a lot of angst and trauma to the members of my community.
What role overall is the weather playing in the spread of the fire? I know the winds have picked up at times. What role is that all playing?
Yeah, and I've been briefed by our counterparts in CAL FIRE as to that. The winds certainly do play a role, but probably more significantly is the fact that the temperatures have been extremely high here over the last couple of weeks, well up into the hundreds. It's a high fuel load. The humidity is low, very dry, and a combination of all of that has resulted in this fire being able to move very, very rapidly. And sorry about that, little technical difficulty there. I apologize. It's been able to move very rapidly, and that's why we've seen it expand at a rate much, much greater than some of the other fires we've experienced here.
As far as the situation there right now, again, I know this is all very active, but for those who are not necessarily familiar with the area where the fires are burning, can you explain the locations where the fire started and where it's burning now? Are we talking about areas that do have a large number of homes?
Yeah, so, Butte County is located about an hour north of Sacramento. This fire originated in a city park called Bidwell Park, which is actually located within the jurisdiction of the city of Chico. Since then, it moved through the park rapidly and began to threaten the communities of Cohasset, which is a rural mountain community. And now it's traveling essentially kind of northeast. It has doubled back a couple of times, threatened another community called Forest Ranch. Last night, we were worried about it threatening Magalia, which was a community that was threatened during the Camp Fire. And now it's moved into Tehama County into some really rugged wilderness areas.
And I do know that one person has been charged at this point. What do we know about the origins of the fire overall?
Yeah, that subject, Ronnie Stout, is 42 years old, of Chico. He has been arrested. That investigation was led by CAL FIRE arson investigators, and they did a fantastic job. Eyewitnesses were able to provide information about this individual's activities, and that ultimately led to his identification and arrest. But the story that we have at this point is that he was in Bidwell Park. He set his car on fire, or at least the car was set on fire, and then he put it in neutral and pushed it down a ravine into some brush, which obviously resulted in that fire taking off rather rapidly.
And you can see his booking photo right there. And in a second, you will see the car that was involved. California is no stranger, of course, to wildfires. But how does all of this differ compared to others that you've seen this year and in past years?
Well, again, as I said earlier, you know, California or Butte County was the site of the 2018 Camp Fire. So this community has seen a lot of devastating fire. After that, we had the North Complex fire, the Dixie fire. All of these massive fires have taken place in this part of California. So we've gotten quite used to dealing with them, but it's still very, very traumatic, very, very difficult, very, very challenging. Last year in Butte County, we had a bit of a reprieve. There wasn't as many significant fires, and we were hopeful that we would continue to enjoy that reprieve, but apparently not. This year in Butte County, we've had a number of smaller fires. Then, of course, this park fire has really taken off, and it's causing a lot of concern.
We know that at times people, whether we're talking about natural disasters like hurricanes or like fires, people don't necessarily want to leave their homes, even if there is an evacuation, a mandatory evacuation in effect. What do you say to those people who are maybe watching now and say that they won't leave their home?
Yeah, I completely understand that feeling, that desire. You don't want to be displaced from your home. You're worried about not being able to get back. In some cases, people worry that if they leave, looters will come in and take their property. What I can tell you is this, based on our experience here in Butte County with the wildfires that we've dealt with in the past, we have had people lose their lives because they chose to stay. In the Camp Fire, some 85 people lost their lives. The North Complex fire after that, 19 people lost their lives. We have had scenarios where people have stayed and then the fire surrounded them and they've called frantically to 911 begging for first responders to come in and assist them, but there was no way to get to them because the fires were too intense. I respect and understand people's desire to stay in their homes, but I can tell you this, property can be replaced, lives cannot, and we don't warn or we don't order evacuations unless we sincerely believe that there is a significant threat to human life. We want to give people enough warning as possible, but when we warn or we order, it's because we think that you're in danger. We'd ask that you heed those warnings.
Great advice there. Sheriff, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, I'm good, but thank you for the opportunity.
All right, Sheriff, thanks for being here, and please stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 1:06 on the East Coast and 10:06 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we do have several live events that are now kicking off. As we progress into the day, we know that we are going to hear at least twice from former President Trump, and we should be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris in just about an hour. Let's head to that first break, but we'll head to a live event with Harris supporters coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to head out to a live event that we do have underway here. This just began moments ago, and it is over in St. Cloud, Minnesota. That is where we do have Minnesota Democrats for Vice President Kamala Harris. We know that the Minnesota governor and lieutenant governor are both there and expected to speak. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Let me tell you this. It's not going to be because Kamala Harris is so amazing. She is. It's going to be because we knocked on doors. It's going to be because we gave money. It's going to be because we talked to our family members. It's going to be because we talked to our coworkers. It's going to be because we talked to our classmates. It's going to be because this country's going to see just what happens when Minnesota's organized. So I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. I'm glad you are too. I'm going to get out of your way and welcome to the microphone my lawyer and yours, our state attorney general, Keith Ellison. Yeah. Good job, brother.
Woo! How about our mayor, you guys? Way to go, baby. I love it. You know, nobody in this room needs to be convinced that the stakes of this election are extremely high. In fact, they couldn't be higher. We all saw January 6th. Never before had we seen a violent attack on our Capitol to stop a Democratic election. But in case you need another reminder, I mean, just in case you're like, is this really what I think it is? This guy stands up in front of a group of religious folk, and he says to them, I just need you to vote one more time. And then after that, never again, you don't have to vote anymore. Hey, Amy, sometimes they say the quiet part out loud, don't they? Sometimes they just say it right to your face. And just like Maya Angelou told us, say it with me, when they show you who you are, believe them. So this is what's going on, guys. And this is why what the mayor said is absolutely true. We're not going to win just because we generally do have the highest turnout in the nation. We're going to win because we do it again this time. We do it again this time. We get out there this time. Yeah, we got 80% in the last election voter turnout, but what about that 20%? That 20% ought to offend every one of us. We should be intolerant of that. We got to go get them. We got to get our neighbors. We got to put our arms around them, and we got to drag them to the polls. And friends, and I have to say this, the other thing they can't help themselves with is just the nasty insults. I cannot tell you, based on my life experience, what it means for her to be called a DEI candidate. But I always remember that she is, in fact, the duly elected incumbent. But what they're really saying is, being a district attorney, being an attorney general, being a United States senator, and being the vice president still is not enough qualification next to somebody who's got 34 felonies, has been found liable for sexual assault. What they're saying that there's something about her being female and a person of color that disqualifies her. This is the essence of offense. We believe in liberty and justice for all. And that is what we believe in, and that is what is on the line, and that is what we're going to fight for. Let me tell you, I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to see that former California Attorney General up there in the White House. I'm going to tell you, nobody wants to remember 2008, but Betty remembers it, Tim remembers it, Amy remembers it. We all remember it. You remember it, Peg? Mr. Mayor, we remember it. She was out there prosecuting those mortgage fraudsters left, right, and center. She knows how to deal with a fraudster, y'all. She knows how to deal with somebody who's a fraudster when it comes to fake charities as well. She done got after them, and she knows one when she sees one, and I think we got one. And I'm gonna tell you, Donald Trump, I'm sure he don't want to debate, because when he has to answer for them 34 felonies and that sex assault from the prosecutor, he's going to be like, ugh. Bullying. And he done met his match in her and in us. So friends, dear friends, get ready to knock and drag. I want to remind you that on September 1st, we're going to have our Labor Day picnic right over there in Minnehaha Park. Who's coming? You're all invited. And with that, I just want to bring up my friend, your friend, the most dynamic lieutenant governor in the United States today, Peggy Flanagan.
All right, y'all. It is hot. But it is hot for a reason, because this room is packed. Yeah. Right? This room is packed. And I have to tell you, whenever I am here in the St. Paul Labor Center, I feel like I'm coming home. Because this is the first place that I picked up lit to do Midnight Madness for our good friend, Senator Paul Wellstone. And so the vibes in here are good, right? They are good. And so we feel this energy around the room, and we know what we have to do. And I've shared this story before, but I want to repeat it because it matters. And it matters as I have my daughter standing here with me on stage. And it's this, that when we knew that Roe had been overturned, the first thing that happened is I called my mom. And my mom told me, I have prepared you your whole life for this moment. And she was right, because we won.
Yeah, we did.
But she's right again, because as Minnesotans, we are prepared for this moment. We have 100 days or so. It is crunch time, it is go time, but we know how to organize. And on a very hot summer day, you are in a room getting ready because you're gonna pick up turf to go knock on doors because you know how to win. And right now, there are 2,300 events just like this one, all across the country. Maybe you have felt a little alone. You are not alone anymore. We are in this together, y'all. I have no doubt that Minnesota is going to do what we need to do. And we have to make sure that we are spreading the good word all over the place, because never has a choice been more clear, ever. We won't let any sexist or racist rhetoric that is coming from weirdos. And yep, y'all, they are weird. Just listen to this guy. And we're not gonna let them win, because their weirdness will fuel our fire. But we are on the side of love over hate. And hope over fear. And I can tell you, this room is very similar to a room that I was in on Arizona. On Monday night, I was the first surrogate ever for the Harris for President campaign in Phoenix, Arizona, for a Native voters event for Kamala Harris. And people knew what was at stake, and we all know what is at stake. I want to have the freedom to live the life that I want to live, and I know you do too. I want my daughter to have the freedom to grow up in the way that she deserves, to make her own decisions about her own body and her life. And even selecting the song Freedom by our beloved Beyonce sends a message about what this campaign is all about. So are you with me, y'all? Are you ready to work hard? Are you ready to show folks that Minnesota knows how to organize? I know you are. And let me tell you, we've got an incredible team here. And I am also ready to re-elect Senator Amy Klobuchar. And of course, it is my pleasure to also introduce someone that we are going to re-elect who also knows a little something about being a friend to Indian country, our incredible Congresswoman, Betty McCollum.
Well, it can't be said enough. We are the DFL and we are in the House of Labor. In the House of Labor today, I want to thank you for hosting a door knock, as you will throughout the entire summer. We've got a lot of work to do. Now, for the next 100 days, we're going to be working to elect a fabulous new president, and President Harris, right? But in the meantime, we have to show how mobilized we are. So, as has been pointed out, we've got a door knock coming out of here, canvassing, all that other stuff that we have to do. And that's really important because Amy has a primary. But Amy's not the only one with a primary on the ticket. We have school board races, we have county commissioner races, we have city council races, and we have Minnesota House races. So, there are 3 of us from the U.S. House, but I'm also from the Minnesota House. Will the Minnesota House legislators and senators please raise your hands? Now, it's hot in here, and I'm not going to talk for very long because my voice, as you can tell, might not last very long. Now, I want to also echo what has been said. President Biden has been an amazing president. Amazing. For those of us who were in the House in the dark days of the Trump administration, attacking the environment, attacking labor, attacking women's rights, attacking Social Security, attacking health care, we're not going back there. No. We are not. And I just want to acknowledge my 2 brothers here who have abandoned me for other jobs, the governor and Mr. Ellison. We're working hard not only to take seats here in Minnesota, but take seats all across this country. We need to take back the U.S. House. Now, let me kind of close with this. Somebody's coming to St. Cloud, and they're bringing somebody else with them. We're better than what they're talking about. We're talking about moving our country forward. We're talking about protecting freedoms. And we're talking about protecting the vote. We're talking about protecting our seniors to live in retirement dignity. And we're talking about protecting hope and opportunity for these 2 youngsters who've been up on the stage with us, right? So let me just share a quick story. I had the opportunity of seeing my 2 brothers on the tarmac when Vice President Harris came to Minnesota. And I got to spend the day with her and part of the day with the governor. She is absolutely amazing. Yeah. I watched her in 3 different settings, and I'll be quick. I watched her at Planned Parenthood where she talked to workers, she talked to patients, and she listened. She talked and she listened, and we came out and did a press conference, and she just nailed it. Yeah. She was amazing, absolutely amazing. And then, Your Honor, I went to Central High School. Yeah. No cameras. Yeah. No cameras in Central High School because she was talking to a young women's baseball team, softball team. Yeah. And they were hanging on her every word, and then she asked them what they were thinking was needed to be done in this country. And then she said, I'm going to work towards that. Now, she was going to work towards that as vice president. Can you imagine, Mr. Ellison, her doing it as president of the United States? So I want to thank you all for being here today. And I want you to sign up not only for today, but for tomorrow and the next day. We've got a lot of work to do. Are you ready to do it? Yeah. I'm ready to I could do it with you. Thank you.
All right, you're listening live over in St. Cloud, Minnesota. That is actually where Trump and Vance are going to hold their campaign event later on tonight. But as you can see, the Minnesota Democrats holding their own campaign event right now as they talk up Kamala Harris, who is the front runner for that Democratic nomination. We know the DNC is coming in just a matter of weeks. We'll have full coverage here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to pop up this live image that's been on your screen as coming up at about 3 p.m. Eastern time, we do expect that we're going to see former President Trump walk up to the podium at this Bitcoin event over in Nashville. We'll bring you his comments right here on Live Now. Do want to head to a quick break now at 1:24 on the East Coast and 10:24 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Let's head back out live to St. Cloud, Minnesota right now as Democrats are speaking and showing their support for Kamala Harris.
Former Senator Roy Blunt, Republican of Missouri, and myself, with these 3 pairs of young women with the mahogany boxes with all of the electoral ballots that someone had the foresight to take out of the Senate so they weren't burned and they weren't stolen, and they included Minnesota's electoral ballots. And we made that walk, which had been a beautiful one in the morning, and then we were walking over broken glass. We're walking over spray-painted pillars, and we said democracy will prevail as we made that walk to the House of Representatives, and it did. That is the walk that we are on, Democrats. That walk resulted 2 weeks later in that beautiful inauguration under that clear blue sky with Garth Brooks singing Amazing Grace and Lady Gaga in that beautiful dress. I wore the same thing. I had to go home and change. It was a whole thing. Out there belting out the Star-Spangled Banner and pointing to our flag and saying, and our flag was still there. But the most memorable thing about that day, when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got sworn in, was Amanda Gorman, the youngest inaugural poet in the history of America. In that bright yellow coat, who stood up there, poem she wrote in 2 weeks, and she called on us to find the light in the never-ending shade. That's what this week has been about, my friends. This week has been about finding that light in this never-ending shade. And I am just so proud to be part of this. That light is making sure that we put Kamala Harris in the White House. That light is bringing people with us and not shutting them out. That light is bringing with us moderate Republicans and independents. You know, I'm pretty good at that. #1 for bipartisan bills in the Senate last Congress. That light is organizing that my colleague Tina Smith and I know so well, and Betty McCollum and Keith and the mayor and Peggy know. We organize, we organize, we organize. And that is how we're going to win Minnesota. So, with that, it is my honor to introduce an incredible guy who has led our state through the darkness of the pandemic and into that light, so that just this last month, CNBC named us as one of the top 10 places to do business because of our workers and our businesses. He is someone that worked with the legislators, so many of them here today, to get us those free school lunches. And as he is introduced to the nation, I always remember that Wall Street Journal article when he first ran for Congress. They identified him as a burly high school teacher from Mankato. So with that, I give you our burly high school teacher from Mankato.
Burly. Wow, wow, wow. First and foremost, a thank you to all of you. Look what you gave the nation. We're a humble people, but this is pretty good right there. And then when I look out across here, look at this rally. Just look around. This is the beautiful tapestry of America. Right. And not one damn stupid red hat amongst you. So it's funny how you can hold a rally being optimistic. You can hold a rally about ideas. You can hold a rally that everybody's included. It's an amazing thing. Look, we are in the House of Labor, and let's be very clear. It's the House of Labor that built the middle class. It's the House of Labor that gave us the opportunity to rise up, the opportunity to thrive, opportunity to raise our children the way we see fit, the opportunity to have a dignified retirement, to have health care. So let's make no mistakes. A lot of work goes in this building. A lot of impact goes into this building. And just be very clear, there's a lot of folks that aren't really excited about this building, but too damn bad. This building's going to stand. I remember, some of you remember this, I had an opponent who thought this was a real zinger when we were going at it. He said, Governor Walz is in the pocket of organized labor. And I said, that is a damn lie. I am the pocket. And so, look, seeing folks here, and I heard Senator Klobuchar make note of this. It was 40 years ago this week that Vice President Walter Mondale broke that glass ceiling and picked Geraldine Ferraro to be his running mate. Now, again, we're a humble people. It wasn't our fault that didn't work out. We're the only damn state that got it right in '84. So, but this hard work makes a difference. It makes a difference in who you put up here, but more importantly, when you listen to these folks speak, they talk about you, they talk about us, they talk about the future. And to watch what happened this week, look, I'll attest to this. Life can come at you pretty fast. Yeah. 10 days ago, on that night in Milwaukee, at the Republican National Convention, Donald Trump gave a Fidel Castro-like speech on there. But the pundits had written this. Oh, 300 electoral votes, total wipeout in the Senate, total wipeout in the House. Democrats will be out of power for the next 50 years. Don't admit it if some of you were like saying, damn, I'm hating this and falling for it. And then, 6 days ago, you watched Joe Biden make one of the most selfless acts in American political history. And just the basic decency of Joe Biden, getting to know him, but as a governor, and the responsibility during some of the most challenging situations we've ever experienced, where Americans were dying by the tens of thousands weekly in COVID, where the previous occupant of the White House told us to drink bleach. and denigrated doing anything about this and forced governors into a Hunger Games situation against other governors to just scrap for what we could do. Joe Biden came in and did the hard stuff, put an end to that, moved us out of the pandemic, and created the strongest economy in the world post-COVID. Imagine Donald Trump being able to say a single word of that speech that Joe Biden gave 6 days ago, or the sentiment that it's not about me, it's not about you. And I will gladly step up from the most powerful desk in the world, the most powerful job, because the American people deserve better. The American people deserve better. 6 days ago. Then 5 days ago, Vice President Harris said, I'll step up, I'll do it. I'll put my name in. 5 days ago. Then 4 days ago, she raised $100 million. And 3 days ago, the nation found out what we've all known in Minnesota. These guys are just weird. That's where they are. So it isn't much else. Don't give them the power. Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes. Are they going to take our rights away? Yes. Are they going to put people's lives in danger? Yes. Are they going to endanger the planet by not dealing with climate change? Yes. They're going to do all that. But don't lift these guys up like they're sometimes heroes. Everybody in this room knows, I know it as a teacher, a bully has no self-confidence. A bully has no strength. They have nothing. The fascists depend on fear. The fascists depend on us going back. But we're not afraid of weird people. No. We're a little bit creeped out, but we're not afraid. But look, and then as you heard this, and 1 day ago, a poll came out and showed Kamala Harris up 10 points and Donald Trump getting his ass handed to him here in Minnesota. So, sorry. But he's here today in the state of hockey to complete his trifecta. He lost in 16, he lost in 20, he loses in 24. Look, you know, you've heard it, and you know what it's going to be. It's going to be the old hits. I will have to say, funny, because it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous in what they're doing. But what they're going to do is they're going to go through and they're going to denigrate everyone. They're going to divide. This beautiful tapestry here terrifies them. They're going to go out and say the old hits. They're going to go through that whole old bunch of hits. And when I say that, the whole speech today, I'll just give it to you in a nutshell. It's old, weird, and over. That's what happens today. It's over. There's nothing new. Nothing new. And you've heard me say this about this. They went out, you know, because he's a TV guy, they go out and try and do this central casting dude. Oh, we'll get this guy who wrote a book, Hillbilly Elegy, you know, because all my hillbilly relatives went to Yale and became, you know, venture capitalists. That's exactly where they went. But he got this guy who's going to come out, the two of them, to tell us what we need in Minnesota. A state that feeds our kids. A state that gives women reproductive rights to make their own healthcare decisions. A state that says you love whoever you want to love. A state that invests in the future and tackles the hardest problems. And they're going to come and tell us. And I said with JD Vance missed the golden rule. Those of you small town people in here know this. The only way a small town can work is if you follow the golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business. And that is what everybody said. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to mind our own damn business by knocking on doors. We're going to mind our own damn business by getting our neighbors to get out to vote. We're going to mind our own damn business of making the case to America. You know what a President Harris presidency looks like? And a Senate with Chairman Klobuchar and a House with Chairwoman McCollum and Speaker Hortman and Leader Murphy here. You know what it looks like? Because these Minnesota legislators taught America a lesson. You don't win elections to bank political capital for the next election.
That's right.
You get it to burn it to improve lives. You improve lives. So just so they know what's coming, we got 101 days. But what's coming and what they fear is that we expand universal meals across this country. We expand healthcare access. We move towards a clean energy economy. We make housing a priority. All of those things are within our power. I have to tell you, if it's up to the folks who are, party people or whatever, let's quit 2-year elections and go to 100 days of butt whipping like we're doing now. Just do that. We don't even have to sleep. We can sleep when we're dead. We got 100 days to get this done. And they thought they had that landslide coming. And you know what they didn't do? They didn't do what Ken Marge off the folks in the DFL party did. We built out our infrastructure. We have offices. We have volunteers. They think calling the vice president and next president of the United States a bum is going to win this election. They'll be happy it's 10 points by the time we're done. They'll be happy to take that. So, for the young people in here, it's hot, I know, and you're here. For the folks that haven't been here, we were just talking about this. We did what was right in 2020 to protect our neighbors, and we didn't campaign door to door. 2016, we know what happened and things were not ready. But we know how to do this. This is the joy of it. This is, as you heard, the joy of politics. Again, it all comes back to Minnesota and Vice President Humphrey. The joy of politics, the idea of improving people's lives.
That's right.
How does it inspire you to set out there and call your neighbors names? How does it set out there and to have this just weird stream of consciousness thing? It's about, why is it so hard to understand? When somebody else gets some rights, it's not like a damn pie. Oh, somebody got a bigger piece of pie, I don't get it. Rights aren't that way. There's enough for everybody. There's enough for everybody to be included. Same thing with jobs. Same thing with housing. Same thing with health care. So, you saw it. We are not going to allow them to make the case. Yes, they're a threat, but we're not going to stay in their frame. We're not going to stay where they're at. We're not going to play their game. We called them out for the weird nonsense that they believe, and we presented a different argument to the American public. One where everybody matters, one where we can achieve, one where we solve problems. And what's so great about this is, we know here in Minnesota, that message works. We are the majority. That's why they shrink the vote. That's why they make it harder to vote. That's why they try and bring fear. And that's why they try and get you to the point where you're pessimistic. And what difference does it make? But guess what? I got a 23-year-old. TikTok cares again. People care again. We've got folks out there doing the work just like you. So here's the deal. Think about this. And for the young folks that are in here, this is a transformational moment. This is an opportunity to go and then to put those policies into place. And okay, I realize this is a bit petty, but I'm thinking about this. Imagine Donald Trump waking up after Kamala Harris beats him in this election. I don't care if it's petty. I'm going to gloat on that. So, but it's true. The pain, the division, and the hate that was brought onto this is going to go back to one guy. This country's better than that. We're ready to do this. So as you heard it here, we're not going back. We're ready to take this fight to them, because when we fight, we win. And we have got an opportunity to have 101 days of joy that, because of you, turns that into a reality on Election Day. So I have to tell you, let's get this thing done. Let's go talk to our neighbors. Let's win this election, and let's take the country forward. Let's go.
All right, that is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who is one of several people on the short list for being the possible VP for Kamala Harris. He is speaking there, of course, at an event in St. Cloud, Minnesota, the same location where in just about 7 hours or so, we do expect to hear from former President Trump as he does hold a rally over there in St. Cloud alongside his VP pick. That is, of course, JD Vance. Do want to pop up this live image that we have coming in out of Nashville, Tennessee, because in just about an hour or so, we expect we are going to hear from former President Trump as he addresses a crowd in Tennessee. And this is all at a Bitcoin ceremony that is ongoing. The time now 1:44 on the East Coast and 10:44 on the West Coast. We're going to have more live coverage coming up in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look once again over in Nashville, Tennessee, as we do expect soon that former President Trump will address this Bitcoin conference. He is giving the keynote speech. I've been watching this shot here for about an hour. I'm getting a little dizzy, as you can see that little orange situation there going on, just kind of spinning in circles. It's been doing it for a while. That is the podium where we do expect we are going to hear from former President Trump. So once we see him walk up, we will make sure to take that live for you. In the meantime, do want to head over to Wisconsin. That is where we are going to hear from the second gentleman. He is going to be speaking at a campaign event for Kamala Harris, his wife, of course. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
I'm ready to get to work, and I hope you are too. Now it is my honor to introduce the second gentleman of the United States. The second gentleman and Vice President Harris always show up for us Wisconsinites. And I am confident that this November, with hard work and dedication, Wisconsin will show up for them. Ladies and gentlemen, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff. Mayor, let's hear it for the mayor. Wow. What's up, Stevens Point? Wow. 1 week ago today, I was at home in Los Angeles, actually. I had just been in Arizona the night before, and I figured I'm that close to sleeping in my own bed after a long day of campaigning on last Friday. Went home to LA and was able to see on Saturday. I thought, okay, I'll see my parents, I'll see my son, my daughter-in-law, maybe see a friend or two, and then I would fly back to DC to see my wife on Sunday. Well, two things happened. One, my flight got canceled. I'm sorry. So I couldn't fly out to DC until Monday, as it turned out. So I had another free morning in LA that Sunday, and I was going to say to the kids and my parents, hey, I'll see you later. And I thought I'd just go to an exercise cycling class with some friends of mine from 9:30 to 10:30 Pacific time. I left my phone in the car with the detail, and I decided to just, have some coffee and catch up with my friends because I hadn't seen them for a while. So we're there for 20 minutes or so. So it's now 1:50 Eastern time, and all of a sudden, one of the friends shows me his phone and said, "I think you need to look at this." And I said, "What's that?" He goes, "It looks like a letter from the President of the United States." I said, "That can't be real. Show me." "No, it's from his account." And I'm a lawyer at heart still. I practiced law for a long time, so like most lawyers, we go right to the end of a document just to see what's facing us. And the last thing it said, "And I will address the nation later in the week." And I thought, okay, well, he's coming out of COVID. Maybe that's him addressing us after. And my friend said, "Go up one line." And then I said to the guys, "We got to go." And so ran, and the car was 2 blocks away. So we're running and running, get in the car, and there's my phone. And you could literally see steam and fire and the smoke. It was, "Call Kamala, call Kamala." And I cannot tell you, it was everyone said, "Call Kamala, call Kamala." Got her on the line. She's like, where are you? I need you. And she gave me just a minute or two download, and she said, I gotta go back to work. We're gonna earn this nomination. And so she spent the next day or so calling folks and getting the party coalesced, getting, as it's turning out, the country coalesced and getting behind her. And there I was myself in Los Angeles that Sunday, doing my own calls and trying to stay connected and trying to figure out a way to get back to DC or wherever. And then I was able to get a flight the next morning to Wilmington. So I still hadn't seen her since I walked out DC Friday morning to go to Phoenix. And all this is happening. And watching it, trying to stay connected, looking at her with a combination of awe, pride, and like, okay, let's do this thing. So I finally landed in Wilmington, and you saw this on TV. They hustled me right into headquarters, which is now Harris headquarters in Wilmington. And you could see the team, which was just so inspired and fired up as we walked in, and I still didn't get a chance to say hi to her, really. And so we walk in, they hustle me out on the stage, "You're going to introduce her." And then I heard President Biden's voice. And I just got choked up to hear that great man talk to all of us after he made that monumental decision, that act of patriotism and deep love of country. Still took the time to call in, to check in, and let us know he's still behind us and he's still behind our country. And I just got emotional just thinking about all those experiences that I've had with President Biden personally. The times when I've needed him most. I'm just a lawyer from LA, and they've thrown me out into some stuff. And some of the biggest moments, it's been President Biden, of course, Kamala, but it's been President Biden who would, put his hand on my forearm and say, "Hey, kid, it's going to be okay. You can do this. I got your back. Go out there and tell everyone what they need to hear." And he knew how tough it was for me to take a step back from my legal career, which I love so much. So every time he'd be introducing me to world leaders and say, "President so-and-so, this is the second gentleman. He's one hell of a lawyer." And he one, I hope it was true, but two, I think he knew I needed to hear that. It's his way of recognizing me and thanking me. And I've always said, he's had our back for so long. And when I came here to Wisconsin in early 2021, when Biden and Harris took over, it wasn't like it was right now. Remember what it was like back then? Just right after the Trump administration? It wasn't good. We suffered through what I call one of the biggest derelictions of duty, the Trump administration's handling of COVID. And you see what happens when you have an incompetent leader surrounded by incompetent people. That's what happened. Friends and neighbors died, probably right here. And then we worked so hard to win that election in 2020, and we won. We won right here in Wisconsin. For some reason, he still can't accept the fact that he lost. He's still lying about it. He was lying about it last night. And because he couldn't handle that, he fomented an insurrection. That happened. That happened. And, you know, we took office, they took office right after that. So remember what it was really like when he was president of... We're not going back. That's right. We can't go back. We cannot go back. We can't. We have no choice. But remember, and I think a lot of what you're seeing right now, this enthusiasm, this coming together, not only of our party but our country, is because we can't go back. People are now...
All right, you're listening there to the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, as he is speaking in front of a crowd there of Harris supporters over in Wisconsin. Don't forget, coming up here in a matter of minutes, we do expect that we will hear from Trump, former President Trump, as he is speaking at this Bitcoin ceremony event that is underway over in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll bring you those comments here as they get underway. Let's head to a quick break now at 1:55 on the East Coast and 10:55 on the West Coast. On the other side, Mike Page will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Saturday, July 27th. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We are just about an hour away from the former President Donald Trump to be speaking at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. We will be bringing you that coverage when it does get going right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines. And remember, all these live feeds that are coming in, we're going to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox coming up. In about 25 minutes, we are expecting also Vice President Kamala Harris. She will be out in Massachusetts campaigning. So we will have a lot of these feeds bringing it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered. Just like if you were at one of these rallies or these conferences, we got you covered here as always. All right. Right now, do want to play out a little bit of the Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro, speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris. Let's listen.
Democrats up and down the ballot on farmlands across Pennsylvania. It's people in these communities that are going to make Patty Kim our next state senator. And I know this well from experience, Cumberland County, y'all are going to be the center of the political universe and make sure we make Hakeem Jeffries the next Speaker of the House of Representatives when we elect Janelle Stelson to the U.S. Congress. And let me just tell you about Janelle. She is a trusted voice. She is someone we can rely on to deliver for our community. And she is someone who is working her tail off for the people. Contrast that with the guy who's been in there for a while. A guy who on the night of January 6th, even after witnessing the mob who tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power, he, your congressman, the person who claims to represent this area, rose to the floor of the House of Representatives, stood in the well of the House, and tried to take away your vote, tried to limit your freedom, tried to actually claim that the ballot that returned him to Congress counted, but all the other ones didn't. This is a guy who's brought shame to this community and shame to our democracy. Just about a week ago, I had the chance to stand with that soon-to-be Senator Kim and Secretary Buttigieg and others on the banks of the Susquehanna. We were talking about the new I-83 South Bridge, an incredibly important artery that takes about 200,000 cars and trucks every day. A bridge that's been in desperate need of repair, which, by the way, is going to put a whole lot of union trades folks to work every single day when that gets repaired. You don't have to be from downtown Harrisburg to know that bridge was in desperate need of repair. And thanks to President Biden, Vice President Harris, we got the largest federal investment in our infrastructure history in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to rebuild that road, despite the fact that Scott Perry voted against it because he doesn't care about this community. Because when people in this community say what they need, he turns a blind eye to them, and instead he chases the fringe down the road in a way that makes us all less safe, less prosperous, and undermines our democracy. Are you with me to elect Janelle to the U.S. Congress? I know you got the power to do that, because I've seen what you did for me. And so I just want to take a minute of personal privilege here to say thank you. Thank you to Cumberland County for giving me the opportunity, the highest honor to serve as the 48th governor of this great Commonwealth. To give me the opportunity to serve all Pennsylvanians, and to do so in a way that stays true, yes, to our democracy, but to also three simple letters, GSD. We focus on getting stuff done for the good people of Pennsylvania. We figured out a way to bring Republicans and Democrats together to make the largest investment in public education in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Investing in public safety and seeing record low crime levels across the board. Investing in economic opportunity, because we believe here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, everyone, no matter what they look like, where they come from, who they love or who they pray to, should have the freedom to chart their own course and the opportunity to succeed. We've stood tall every single day defending your fundamental freedoms. And every single day, I've put people before the powerful. I learned that from all of you.
I learned that from the conversations we had in your living rooms and on our farmlands and in our coffee shops. I learned from you what is necessary to be able to deliver for the good people of Pennsylvania. You know who else I learned that from? From a good friend of mine for nearly 20 years, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Because, listen, she is someone who has always been for the people. I knew her when she was a courtroom prosecutor. And let me tell you something. She is tough as nails. Tough as nails. We've seen her stand up for victims. We've seen her stand up for those who have been harmed. We've seen her stand up and do what is right. We saw it in the courtroom. We've also seen it in the halls of power. When she was Attorney General, she took on the big banks. She took on the big pharmaceutical companies. And every single fight she was in, she won on behalf of the people. She went to the United States. Wondering every day, what was this guy going to do next? What freedom was he going to rip away? What alliance was he going to break? What promise wasn't he going to keep? That level of chaos infected this country in negative ways. That level of chaos harmed our standing, not just here domestically, but all throughout the world. And he had a plan when he was president. Now, he wasn't very good at it back then, but he did have a plan, and he was able to deliver on at least one promise. And one promise he made was that he was going to rip away the freedom of millions of women across this country to be able to make decisions over their own bodies. He packed the Supreme Court, and they ripped away our fundamental freedoms. Now, we've got governors like me, Gretchen Whitmer, and other great governors across this country who have fought to defend the right for women to be able to make decisions over their own bodies in our states. But here in Pennsylvania, even though your right to choose will always be protected so long as I'm your governor, we have witnessed the impact of Donald Trump ripping away the freedoms of millions of women across this country. In Western Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, there are 2 clinics that perform abortions. They have been overrun with women coming from Ohio and West Virginia, especially West Virginia, where women no longer can exercise the right to choose. Now, we've made this a safe place for women to come to be able to access a full range of reproductive health care. But women in those states have lost their fundamental freedoms. Thank God they live near Pennsylvania. And make no mistake, if we give Donald Trump the keys to the White House again, he and his running mate will try to pass a national abortion ban. We can't let them, and Kamala Harris won't. But it's not just on rights and freedoms. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump did as president. Fewer people went to work in Pennsylvania when he was president. Sure, he talked a good game about bringing back jobs to communities that have been hollowed out, but he failed to deliver every step of the way. There's not one community where he was able to help bring back jobs that he promised. Fewer people went to work. More middle-class folks paid higher taxes, and costs rose on Donald Trump's watch. He was a failure when it came to freedom, and he was a failure when it came to the economic progress in this Commonwealth and in this country. He worked hard to try and take away your health care and promises to do it again. Think about this for a minute. 1.2 million of our fellow Pennsylvanians get their health care through Obamacare. You can cheer for Obamacare. Obama does care, by the way. So does Biden, and so does Harris, and so do Democrats. We care about people's health care. We care about the quality of your health care, and we care about those health care workers that are out there doing those jobs every single day. And yet Donald Trump has promised, if he's given the opportunity again, to rip away health care for 1.2 million Pennsylvanians. Kamala Harris has a plan to not just protect Obamacare, but to expand access to health care, to do like we're doing here in Pennsylvania, to reduce the cost of prescription drugs and reduce the cost of health care in this Commonwealth. Listen, gang, we saw what he did before. He's told us what he wants to do again. Wasn't it Maya Angelou who said, when someone tells you who they are, believe them? The first time, that's exactly right, you know. He's told us what he wants to do. And he tried to do it last time. Now here's where it gets real dangerous. The last time, when he got in there, he didn't really know what the hell he was doing. He had dangerous ideas, but he didn't exactly know how to carry them forth. Think about how much more dangerous it is right now. He packed the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of the United States just ruled that he is literally above the law, that the laws don't apply to him anymore. The guardrails that protected all of us before from Donald Trump, those guardrails are gone. That's dangerous. That should scare the hell out of every single Pennsylvanian, every single American. Here's where it gets even more dangerous. He's told us what he wants to do. Y'all go crack open that Project 2025. That is chock full of some crazy ideas, some dangerous ideas, but ideas that he plans to carry forth if he's given the keys to the White House again. Ideas that are going to rip away more of your fundamental freedoms. Ideas where he is going to use the Department of Justice to attack people who don't think like him. Use the police and the military not to defend our rights, but to undermine our fundamental rights. Gang, this is scary. An unhinged former president with no guardrails thanks to the Supreme Court and a blueprint that he literally wrote down of the dangerous and destructive things he wants to do for this nation. That's scary. But I got to tell you something. I'm not down. I'm not worried. I'm optimistic. My glass is half full, and I'll tell you why. Because of Kamala Harris and all of you. You see, I'm optimistic because I've seen the great spirit of Pennsylvanians. And you all the epicenter of this battle. You all have been battle tested. And you've been battle tested for 248 years. I want you to think about it. And listen, Rick, these pillars in here could probably tell these stories that I'm about to tell. 248 years ago, patriots just a few miles from here in Philadelphia, they gathered in our taverns and our town squares, and they sought a better future for people here. They sought a place where they would be free from kings, and instead they would be able to determine their own futures. A place of self-determination and a place of real freedom. A place where people could band together and determine their future course. They gathered in town halls and town squares, and they taught us a lesson that we as Pennsylvanians and Americans have understood for generations since then, over the last 2.5 centuries. At every step in our American story, we've gotten better. We've gotten stronger. We've given the right to vote to women. We've respected all people no matter where they come from and what they look like. Everyone can marry who they love today in America. The progress that we have made in this nation, it's not always been made by people with titles next to their name or people who occupy offices. Instead, the progress that we have made has been made by ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice, looking out for a brighter future for them and their neighbors, That is the Pennsylvania way, and we are now being called upon again to do this work, to fight for real freedom, to stand up for what is right, to elect Kamala Harris as our next president. When folks gathered in those taverns and bars and on those town squares, and as they gathered today on TikTok and online, don't all laugh at TikTok. That's an important place to gather. Am I right, Emily? There you go. But when they gathered, there was an authenticity to who they were and who we are today. And I'll tell you who we're not. We are not who Donald Trump wants to say we are. This guy every single day goes out and attacks America. He goes out every day and insults us, picks people apart, tries to create others amongst us. That is not who we are. It's not who we've been, and it's not who we want to be. This guy, I mean, literally, I've seen him do this. It's the weirdest thing. He'll go and like literally hug an American flag. Now, I love the flag, but I mean, it's like weird what he does, right? And while he's hugging the American flag, he's devising plans to tear it up and to take away our freedoms. We know that well here in Carlisle, Rick. He pronounces to care about freedom. Well, let me tell you something. It's not freedom to tell our kids what books they're allowed to read. That's not freedom. Trump claims to care about freedom, but let me tell you something. It ain't freedom to tell people they're not allowed to join a union here in Pennsylvania and all across America. You should be able to join a union. It's not freedom to tell women what they're allowed to do with their bodies. That's not freedom. It's not freedom to tell two people who are in love who they're allowed to marry. I say love is love. And it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he's going to pick the winner. That's not freedom. And that is not who we are. We support something called real freedom. Exactly what Kamala Harris has been fighting for her whole career. Real freedom where we invest in that young child because we believe in our children. We make sure they've got great public schools to go to. That is real freedom. Real freedom where we invest in police and we invest in our community groups because we want that child to walk to and from school safely every day and return to his mama at the end of the night. Real freedom where that child grows up and gets a union apprenticeship and goes to be a welder because we know working with your hands is something respectful that we need to honor in this country. Real freedom where you live in a beautiful community where you can worship where you want and marry who you love and live the way you want in real freedom, the kind of real freedom that Kamala Harris is fighting for every day. This, my friends, this is an election about real freedom, an election with clear contrast, and an election that now falls in your hands. As it's fallen in the hands of patriots for the last 248 years, beginning right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The task falls to all of you to organize, to mobilize, to get out in the streets, to preach about freedom, to talk about Kamala, to sing the praises of Janelle, and make some more history in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you all. God bless you.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. As always, we do have coming up in just a little bit, the former President Donald Trump live in Nashville at the Bitcoin Conference 2024. We will have those remarks to you when it happens. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us. As always, we are waiting for the Bitcoin conference to start. Starting up here at the afternoon session there in Nashville. They do have the former President Donald Trump going to be speaking. And let's just bring you a little bit of the early comments right now from the conference right here on Live Now.
Politicians who are willing to engage with Bitcoiners on substantive policy issues. But if Bitcoin mining remains centralized, or if Meevil becomes a problem and mining becomes forever centralized, regulators will eventually regulate the centralized parties that they can target. If we aren't set up for success by the time that that comes, we may well lose the properties of Bitcoin that matter. This isn't a call for battle. Rather, it's a call for focus. Bitcoiners need to focus on the things that give Bitcoin value and build for it. When a shiny new thing is announced that comes along that's exciting, ask whether it builds towards a truly trustless and sustainably trustless Bitcoin. Trustless things are harder to build, often much slower to build. Celebrate the small victories towards that end. Use the decentralized options. Don't use Tornado Cash, Samurai. Use Join Market. And provide feedback to the developers to make it easier for the next person who comes along. Trust me, all the developers want the best user experience we can build, but we can't if people don't use the decentralized options. Thank you. Builders, when you're thinking about your next project, pick the hard thing, not the easy thing. And be willing to build a nonprofit, not a company. When you think about investing, especially investing in miners, or especially pools, ask whether they are in turn investing and making Bitcoin sustainably decentralized, or whether they're driving us towards another civil war where we are forced to wrest the decentralization back from entities that should be providing it.